Evening. Today is January 18th, 2022. I'm going to call the Beverly Hills Unified School Board Board of Education meeting to order. It is 5:40 p.m. To begin, I would like to call for the flag salute, and today we have some special students who will be doing that today. Would you like to introduce them, Michael?
Thank you. In fact, I will turn it over to Mr. Bugby and welcome our Horace Mann guests this evening, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. For the Pledge of Allegiance, I would like to introduce the legendary Dardashti family.
Please stand. I put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you so much. Okay, may I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So
I'd like to
moved.
make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And so we have 6-0. That motion was moved by Rochelle Marcus and seconded by Noah Margot. Dr. Breggy, do we have any report from the closed session today?
There is no action taken in closed session today.
Okay, next up we have a teacher-student spotlight, and I will again turn that over to you, Dr. Breggy.
Great. We have so many programs that we've been highlighting over the years, and I'm very pleased to be able to turn this program over to Mr. Bugby to introduce our special guest tonight.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to do a program spotlight rather than a teacher spotlight. Good evening, school board and Beverly Hills community. Thank you for allowing us the time to share a program spotlight with you. As you all know, Horace Mann is a Title I school, which allows us the privilege of having a dedicated Title I teacher and team. As of right now, we have 1 teacher and 2 instructional assistants who everyone would agree could also be teachers. Miss Duffy, our Title I teacher, would you please unmute your mic and say hello?
Hello, my name is Michelle Duffy and I'm the Title I Intervention Specialist at Horace Mann.
Thank you. And we have one person who's not able to join us because he works at Adventure Camp, but we do have Miss Ellie. Could you please unmute your mic and say hello?
Hi, my name is Ellie Gabayan, and I have been working with Michelle for the last 4 years. And I have 4 boys in the district too.
Thank you. In a perfect world, we would hold data chats 3 times per year, at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and toward the end of the year. In these meetings, the goal is to discuss each and every student, discuss progress, strengths, and areas of concern. The goal of discussing every student is to address the fact that each student is an individual with individual needs. At Horace Mann, we believe that we meet every student where they are and help them to soar from that point. During data chat meetings, our teachers identify student needs based on formal and informal assessments while looking at the whole child. Once data chats are completed at the beginning of the year, we begin CIT time, Common Instructional Time, which is 30 to 45 minutes of designated direct instruction, each grade level having a different time. During our CIT time, we offer ELD, English Language Development, Title I intervention class based on student need, and many different special education classes based on IEP goals. The goal of having this dedicated time is to minimize disruption to the general ed classroom setting by having many students going different directions at the same time, rather than a few students going all over the place throughout the day. Ms. Duffy and her team work with students who may be in need of more individualized instruction in reading, writing, or math. They, the team, have a gift of finding the holes in individual students' knowledge bases, filling those holes, then returning them to their general education classrooms as soon as possible, ensuring equal access to grade level curriculum for all students. Miss Duffy, I would love for you to share a bit about your program, and I know you have some special guests with you.
We do. So I've been at working with Mr. Bugby and with Ellie for the last 4 years. And our program, like Mr. Bugby said, we begin with data chats, and we look at the data and see what individual students need. And we work closely with the teachers, we work closely with the parents, and the goal is for us to work with the students and then have them exit out after 6 weeks. We look at the data every 6 weeks. And we've been doing this for 4 years, and we've had amazing results. We work closely with the administration, we work closely with the teachers, and we work closely with the parents, because each student has individual needs. And we feel completely supported by the administration, the teachers. We have an amazing staff, and my team, Miss Ellie and Mr. Brian, who's unfortunately couldn't come here, we hit the ground running with the kids, and the kids seem to love it, and we absolutely love it. And we have it, like Mr. Bugby said, we do it for 30 to 40 minutes each day for kindergarten through 5th grade. So we're like a wheel that keeps going. And so we want to make sure that we're only presenting for about 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. So we know your time is short. What I did was I invited, if you can see Cutie over there, Eliza, I've invited 2 of our students plus their parents to present some of what we do. And so Eliza, you can see. Now, Liza, when she first came to us, she was a little shy, and now she wants to read all the time. I feel that she's got this confidence that's we got to reel it in. So Eliza, do you want to read to us your little paragraph? Would you like to? And again, she was very shy at the very beginning, but now she's just Miss Confidence. So here we go. And Eliza's in 1st grade. Go ahead, sweetie.
Rain and sunrise, rainbows.
Rainbows. Okay, good.
Sun waves are white light. This light shines through the raindrops. The raindrops bend the light. The bent light makes bright colors in the sky. The colors are always the same. Red is on top. Orange, yellow, green, and blue are next. Violet is on the bottom.
Yay. Excellent. Thank you, sweetheart. And a big part of our program is definitely our relationships with the parents. And we would like for Eliza's mom, Gila, to just present herself. She said she wanted to share a little bit.
Hi, thank you so much. I could talk for a long time. I won't, don't worry. But I am so appreciative that as a board, you support this program. I'm so appreciative of the administration. So appreciative also of her teachers. She had the most amazing teachers, Annette Goldstein, Rebecca Castrapel, and now she has Christy Furtz, and such an amazing experience at Horseman. And to be part of this amazing program has helped her to work with Michelle Duffy and her great team to really improve her confidence, her love for learning, to set her up to succeed. I appreciate it very much, and it's been such a joy. She's so proud to be part of this program. So thank you all.
Oh, thank you, Hila. All right. So I know I want to cry right now. I'm a crier. So we also have we have our 1st grader, and we also have Lauren Zargar and her mom Mona. And I've known Lauren for since 2nd grade. We used to work with Lauren for reading, and and again, the goal of our program is for students to be coming into our classroom and to exit. And so she quickly exited out of our reading, and now I work with Lauren on her math for 5th grade math, because it's very important for them to have really strong skills to go into middle school. So Lauren would like to, and she's one of my babies. So I'd love to hear from Lauren. Go ahead, sweetie.
So last time I was doing division and I did not understand it at all, but Miss Duffy, Miss Ellie, and Miss Mr. Brian helped me out with all of it, and I've been getting really good grades in division on my test. And also as well on my multiplication, I got much better on my multiplication facts, and I'm really good at my times tables.
Thank you, Lauren. You said that perfectly. All right, and her mom, Mona, she's a little shy, but she's not shy, but she's not shy. But she said that she'd like to share a little bit as well. So go ahead, Mona.
There you go. Hi, everyone. So Lauren's my daughter, and she's been with Miss Duffy and Miss Ellie and Mr. Brian for years on and off. I have to say, she literally will ask them for help, even if she's not in their class, which is amazing to like have her want to go towards them, asking for help constantly. What I truly, truly love about this program is Miss Duffy's communication with the parents. I've had her several times on the weekends contact me and just tell me about how Lauren is doing. There's been so many times that she has driven to my home personally, like to drop off a gift for Lauren because she's done good in the week, and to like want to encourage her to succeed more. So I see why Lauren constantly wants to go back to the program. But it's honestly one of the best things that Horseman has offered. And I can never imagine this not being a part of the school. And we're very, very proud and happy to have Lauren be a part of Horseman School and be with you guys. Miss Ellie and Duffy and Mr. Brian, I thank you guys all for all your support that you guys do.
Thank you, Mona. That's so sweet. I know. Now I'm all teary-eyed. Okay, we have one more. We'd like to show you just a little bit of the data that for our fifth grade program, because actually Lauren is part of this too. So Miss Ellie, would you just like to share our the little piece of data that you have? We have a lot of data, but we're going to honor the fact we said 5 to 7 minutes, so that you're not going to get us more than that, so don't worry. So Ellie, go ahead. She's the
yeah. Oh, okay. So this is we were talking about data chats for fifth grade. This is what we had in August when we did the data chats. We had 4 kids that were in the red tier, which is urgent intervention, 3 kids that were in yellow, which is intervention, and 5 in blue. And remarkably, in December, when we did these tests again, we had 8 that were in green, which is where we want everybody to be, and 3 in blue, and only 1 in red, which is remarkable because, you know, they're going into middle school next year. So this is wonderful.
All right, great. Thank you, Ellie. Yeah, we have data for all the grades, but that's just a snapshot of what what we've been doing for the last 4 years. We definitely move, as a team, I feel we really move the students where they need to go. And actually the Dardashis, I have to tell you, and I don't think Mr. Bugby knows this, but I had all three of those beautiful children at one time for reading, and we don't have them anymore because we fill in the holes, and then they've moved out. And so Claire, the mom, she contacts me all the time saying, how they doing? Because I look at the data and I'll send them the data. So once they're our students, even if they exit our program, they're always our students. So anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Miss Duffy. Thank you, Miss Ellie. We appreciate you more than you will ever know. School board, we want to thank you all so much for your continued support of our Title I program, and also of the Learning Lab at Hawthorne, which is not a Title I program, but also offers an equitable program. So we thank you all for that. Short and sweet, there you have it.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I know that I'm so appreciative of these programs. I'd like to go around and give everybody an opportunity to comment. So, Eli?
Just a big thank you very much for just the amount of passion that I can really see you have for this program and for these kids, and that same passion for learning that you instill in them. It's really an amazing thing to see just how much they love learning in general, and especially from you, and how big of an impact it has had on their education, the education of a lot of other students. So thank you very much.
Just a couple of comments. First of all, thank you very much, Craig, for that wonderful presentation. It was very eye-opening. I know that the students come and go during the course of the year. Approximately how many students do you normally have during the course of the year, if you have any idea, as they come and go? Because as they come in or they go out, as they benefit from the program, they probably matriculate out. But I was wondering approximately how many students have you ever been able, in a year, how many you have?
Well, okay, so again, we do the data checks at the beginning of the year, and it depends on the grades needs. So for example, for kindergarten, we have 12 students. For first grade, we have about 12 students. Second grade, we have a few more because of Zoom, or because of, online learning, we've had a few more. So it's about 15 students. So for anywhere from 12 to 15 students, maybe 16 students. And we, in our group, when they come to us, we have them in different groups, depending on their, abilities, depending on their levels. So we level them out. And in our class, which is 30 to 40 minutes, there's, we have groups of maybe 3 or 4 in each group. So it's very individualized. And the goal, a lot of times the students will, within 6 weeks, they'll exit out. Maybe it'll be 12 weeks. And then we'll get maybe new students if we have new students come in. A lot of times our class has, students new to the school from another school that, that didn't have maybe the support that we can provide. So it's very fluid, if that's, that answers your question.
Yeah.
Let me also throw out that I would love to invite any school board or cabinet members to come visit Miss Duffy's class and maybe help out and read some stories with some of our kids.
We would love to have you anytime.
Do you feel that the COVID had a lot of impact on bringing new students into the program when they first came back? Did you notice any that maybe COVID had a problem in giving
Michelle, you want to take that, or do you want me to? It's up to you.
Go ahead, Craig, and then I might add something to it, but go ahead.
Okay. We did notice that it had an impact on, and I'm going to get to this in a second, it had more of an impact on writing, and I'll tell you why. But there was a small impact on reading and math. I think we are all of us incredibly lucky to be in Beverly Hills. Mm-hmm. Our students didn't suffer as much of an impact as students in other communities. It's interesting that what we noticed when we looked at that first data chat and really looked at the data, the biggest weakness that we found was in writing, not necessarily in the content, but in the physical act of writing. Because you got to figure, teachers have not watched kids write for a year and a half. So we had to change our focus school-wide for that first couple of months of school to really reintroduce the physical act of writing. It was an interesting one. That was very different for this year. Ms. Duffy, anything else?
Well, I want to add that was our initial experience. But now we've been looking at their writing, and I feel, especially even for kindergarten, which we were like, oh my goodness, but that they've caught up. I mean, I went to a first grade teacher today, and I said, look at this, this child's writing, and we just couldn't believe it. So they're moving along a lot quicker with their handwriting than I ever imagined. So yeah, there has been an impact, but I believe as a school, at least for Horace Mann, I can say that the teachers and us as a team, we really worked with them on Zoom, and we didn't miss a beat as far as the math facts or whatever content. We were there for them. So And the data is showing it too. The data is showing it in our STAR results and even the CASP scores. You know, the writing part, our team, I'm going to tell you this, I'm going to start bragging right now with Ellie there, but our team, we had 12 fourth graders that were struggling with writing, and every single 12, Mr. Bugby doesn't even know this, every single of one of those fourth graders that we worked with on writing, we do this program called Step Up to Writing, they scored a 3 or a 4 on the CASP. And that's a huge part that they get hung up on, is the writing part, where they, you know, so, and that's on the CASP, that isn't even on the STAR. So you can thank Miss Ellie for that one.
Well, I just want to compliment you on the enthusiasm that you show for the program, and the love that the students have, and the fact that they really are getting such a great opportunity. And I want to thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
Well, first and foremost, shout out to Eliza and Lauren for joining us and presenting to us. That is not an easy thing to do. It could be very nerve-wracking. So thank you so much for doing that. Title I, I believe, is a federally funded program, right? And so it's amazing that as a public school, we get those dollars from the federal government, but like anything else, it's all in the execution. And it is so clear from what we've seen here that the execution is spot on. So Michelle, Ellie, the whole team, Mr. Bugby, like, just, you know, unbelievable job. Clearly the results are there. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And I live down the street, and I would love to come by and see the class and read a book or whatever you guys would like me to do. I'd love to be a part of it. So please let me know.
We would love that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Very exciting to hear and see the data, because, you know, as we all know, more and more data, districts are driven by data to make improvements, and to make improvements that we can actually see quantitatively. And I think it's amazing that we have such a good intervention program, because, as you know, there's a lot of gaps, you know, that we find among kids, and we don't want them to fall through the cracks. And to have a motivated, wonderful, and attentive faculty and interventionist is just absolutely critical to any good school. And I can tell by the enthusiasm of the students, as well as the data and how it changed, that it is a crucial service. And I always think in public schools we need more interventionists, so that we don't end up, you know, where everyone just, you know, goes to special ed, or everyone, you know, gets a bad grade. But these are some of the best remedies that we can offer in a public school. So I'm really happy to hear this. Thank you.
Thank you all, and I want to thank the kids as well. Thank you, Mr. Halimi, for bringing that up. I think beside the data, it's almost like getting 5 stars on Yelp to have Lauren come on and say, hey, you know, I was having trouble with this. Now I don't. And that's the most glowing review you can get in a program. We can look at all these pages of data that come across cabinets and school board members, but to hear it directly from a student is the best way for me to know, because you can't fake that. And I really appreciate her coming on and saying that more than I can express here tonight. You know, I recently taught myself how to file down a bridge on a guitar, and the excitement and just, once again, self-learning, you know, it should never go away. And that's something that we can instill in our kids, no matter what it is, and no matter how old you are. You can always learn and challenge yourself and move forward. Tonight's an example of that. I also appreciate the fact that the success you have, from the example you brought up with the writing, is perhaps stronger than just average, just stronger than just passing. And that's something that we all across the district, everyone can take a look at, how really teachers are just intervention specialists with more kids than intervention specialists. And the job description is the same. And you want that same level of success that you guys are having. And how do you translate that? And what are we doing on a smaller, and how can we scale up? Because that's, I think we get a lot more success when we take a moment to take a breath and look at what's these little moments of success that are happening all over, that we can actually just look at and hear about. And I don't think these should just be passed over. Oh, we presented to the board, let's move on. No, there's a lot to gain from what you're talking about tonight. So thank you so much. I hope everybody listens, and I hope everybody applies what they heard tonight to their own learning experiences.
Thank you, Noah. I would just agree with everything that has been stated by my colleagues already. I especially appreciate your dedication and passion to really executing this program and really also tracking the data and seeing what the results are and changing the program to based as well on those results. And I just really applaud you for your program. And again, I would also like to just applaud Eliza and Lauren for coming on tonight and sharing with everybody their experience. It's really a joy for me, and I'm happy to volunteer at any time. So thank you very much for sharing.
Also, just want to add my quick thank you to Mr. Bugbee and Ms. Duffy and team. Thank you so much. I think this is a really good example of what's happened over the last several years. There's been a lot of transition in our district, and this is a really good example of looking at that longevity of keeping that team together, because you get better and better each year. But also, just Mrs. Marcus had brought up the fact, how did COVID play a role with our students, and I thought that was well answered. There's also another part that, kind of behind the scenes, is that a lot of our programming is impacted because of the things that happen behind the scenes, and we do a really good job of making sure everything's covered and that everybody's safe. I know that you have put a great deal of work into, all hands on deck when we're short in different areas, but you've really done an amazing job to keep your program together and keep the instructional priorities where they need to be. It hasn't been easy. Mr. Bugbee has told me over and over and over the lengths that it takes to have that kind of all hands on deck. I know that you're doing that, and then to keep that going at the same rate of keeping your performance for this program, I could not thank you enough.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, moving on with the agenda. We have the public comment. And tonight I'd like to begin with Lawrence Gaffstein. Lawrence Gaffstein?
Yes, I'm unmuted now. You ready?
Sure, you may begin. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hi, I'm a parent of a student at Beverly Hills High School. Our high school is addressing COVID-19 vaccinations with a major fallacy. There's a belief among some individuals that vaccination is a matter of personal choice. Additionally, they want to express their personal choice by opting out of vaccinating their kids while benefiting from the safe and healthy environment that all families expect when sending their kids to school for in-person learning. How is it fair that one household can opt to not vaccinate, yet be allowed to participate with in-person education, along with those who choose to be proactive in protecting themselves and their extended families from the deadliest virus any living generation has seen today? These personal choices are putting an entire educational community at risk for sickness or even death, even though both government and medical communities stand behind the science of vaccinations and have clear goals for protecting our children and families. The state of California, by direction of Governor Newsom, has already directed the Department of Public Health to add COVID-19 vaccination, along with other requirements for in-person school, along with vaccination for measles, the mumps, in 2022. This is a proactive effort to protect students and staff, in addition to supporting safe in-person instruction. There is significant motivation for all of us to prevent a return of remote instruction, which students, teachers, administrators, and parents all agree was detrimental to our children. If COVID vaccine requirements are already expected by July 1st, why are we waiting until then? This is Beverly Hills. There's a lot of smart people in this town. No one is contesting that unvaccinated individuals are more likely to be a host for the virus, regardless of whether they experience symptoms. They spread the illness more quickly to all people, including vulnerable groups who got vaccinated and did not make a choice to be vulnerable through the complicated connections that we've now discovered through contact tracing. Vaccination cannot be perceived as an individual choice in the same way that drunk driving isn't either. You can drink in private, that's your choice. But you can't just decide to get behind the wheel because you feel like it and don't think that you're going to get hurt. We have laws against drunk driving, and we very much understand that individual choice to undertake a dangerous activity cannot override the need to protect the public from deadly harm. Everybody who's eligible should be required to get vaccinated if they want to engage with others in public spaces, indoors or outdoors. This effort needs to start now, not when school gets out and not in August. This includes all of our Beverly Hills schools where students are eligible for vaccinations, but especially the high school. Otherwise, they should be offered the option for remote learning, which is proven to be effective for stopping the virus in schools.
Thank you very much. The person that we'll hear from is from Nikki Shamsi. She has 12 minutes. Her time has been ceded by 3 other people. Nikki, you may begin.
Hello. Is it working?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to congratulate Mrs. Wells for her new position as board president and thank Mrs. Marcus for all of her hard work and dedication during her presidency. I would also like to welcome Mr. Halimi to the board. We are all here for one reason: our children. Every single one of us, parents, board members, teachers, and faculty, are here to ensure that our children receive the best education and a positive school experience in an emotionally and socially healthy environment. Unfortunately, we have lost sight of this goal. We have abandoned logic, common sense, and the science, only to fold to guidelines passed by the health department and CDC that has done little to combat this pandemic. We are treating guidelines as laws and implementing them sometimes overnight without a holistic audit as to how they affect our children or whether they are effective at all. We are allowing fear to destroy the well-being of our children. We are allowing unions' demands to disrupt the level of education expected from our district. And our children are suffering. I repeat, our children are suffering, and they are suffering unnecessarily. We need to stop allowing outside agencies who know little about our community to manage our policies, and instead create innovative solutions based on science and the best interest of our community, a community with access to the nation's top doctors and scientists and ample resources. Let me read you these facts to ease some common fears. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, less than 0.02% of children infected with COVID-19 resulted in death. These children all had underlying conditions. Let me present this in a different way. According to CDC, the total number of deaths in children aged 5 to 15 is 498. There are 74 million children in the United States. The distribution of higher and lower rates of cases does not correlate with mask mandates. Data collected by the COVID-19 School Response Dashboard, run by education groups, including the School Superintendents Association, found that schools and school districts without mask mandates had lower rates than school with mandates. Many of us in the community have recently recovered from COVID-19. New studies show that natural immunity lasts very long and is by far superior to 2 or even 3 doses of vaccine. BHUSD has shown total disregard for natural immunity and continues to perform weekly COVID testing on COVID recovered children and asymptomatic children. We have implemented a mandatory mask mandate inside and outside, requiring children to wear a mask for 6 hours per day in school and even longer to play sports after school. We are requiring children to quarantine at home, yet offer little or no live instruction to support their continuing education. We are blocking children's access to vital social gatherings such as soccer and basketball games with wristbands, even when the game is conducted outdoors. We are implementing unconstitutional and blatantly biased policies that punish unvaccinated children when in fact we know everyone can carry and transmit the virus. We are bypassing parents and distributing surveys asking children for their private medical information. Worst of all, we have completely lost sight of the actual dangers impacting our children. While school aides and guards are instructed to focus heavily on proper mask wear, children are vaping regularly in school bathrooms. Drug use is at an all-time high, and our children are suffering from a wide variety of eating disorders and depression. Our children have lost school-sponsored networking activities, and as a result, dive into social media as a means of connecting. Let's not forget the physical and physiological harm impacting our children from mask and quarantine mandates. It is a proven fact that wearing a mask longer than 4 hours a day decreases cognitive precision, raises carbon dioxide levels in the blood, lowers oxygen levels, and suppresses the immune system. Yet you're asking a 6-year-old to cover their face for over 6 hours per day, including outside. Of course, rightfully, we need to protect our valuable and beloved teachers, but keep in mind that they're protected with masks, and most of them are vaccinated. Rightfully, we should administer tests to symptomatic students and staff to ensure the safety of all. But recent rules, like those I mentioned, are negatively impacting children. I doubt anyone on this board can wear a mask for 8 hours straight and then play sports with them on. Every single one of us will meet a friend tonight or tomorrow for coffee or lunch and enjoy it without masks. Yet our children are being instructed to drink water with their masks on. Do you see the harm you're inflicting on our children? We need to stop tonight, step back and listen to reason. We need to focus on what's important. We need to seriously enhance the quality of physical education, particularly in the lower and middle schools where they have become non-existent. We need to create opportunities for children to gather socially. Canceling school trips is irrational. We need to provide healthier and more nutritious alternatives to our dreadful cafeteria lunches. We need to provide more social emotional support by training the current aides and staff to be kinder and gentler to students. We need to hire professional coaches and instructors for after-school programs so kids can play on the yard instead of sitting on benches, playing on their phones or with poppets as they wait to be picked up. And finally, if we're enforcing quarantine mandates on children, we need to ensure those students do not miss 1 minute of live instruction. There is absolutely no reason this option is not offered. I hope my words tonight are not in vain. I hope you don't move on to the next speaker without listening to what I said, because I represent many, many parents. I hope I did not insult anyone. I understand you're all doing the best you can, but sometimes we lose track of the big picture. And the big picture is the overall well-being and seamless education of our children. Please consider including a team of parent liaisons to represent parents and students in the decision-making process. We have an incredible community of educated parents who are willing and ready to jump on board. I hope after this meeting, one of you will reach out to me so I can help coordinate a team of representatives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nikki. The next person that we're going to hear from is Ritu Ram. Yes, 3 minutes. Do you see her? Ritu? Okay, we're going to move to the next person, and if she comes back on, then we'll put her back into the queue. The next person that we'll hear from is Marit Neiman.
Thank you. I want to congratulate Ms. Wells, thank Ms. Marcus, and welcome Mr. Halimi. Martin Luther King said that we must learn that passively to accept an unjust system is to cooperate with that system and thereby to become a participant in that evil. His statement should be a reminder to look at where we are now and how we got here. While I am sure the board knows, it's worth repeating that the students of BHUSD do not belong to the state, nor do they belong to the school board. They belong to their parents, and only the parents should be the ones making health decisions for their children. The mandates, harassment, pressure, and threats that we parents are facing on a daily basis from the district needs to stop. Telling us that you are just following protocol simply doesn't cut it anymore. God blessed us with brains to think. Is it common sense to test healthy children? They are our precious children who are already struggling with learning, self-worth, self-confidence, friendship and relationship challenges, bonding with their teachers, and as Mr. Bugby and Ms. Duffy just confirmed, and other learning challenges. And rather than focus on those more importantly, all we get every single day after 2 years is being inundated with COVID. If it's because you took money, then return it. If it's because some lack courage to stand up for our kids, I promise you, we will stand shoulder to shoulder with you to defend against whatever the county or state may bring. But we have not seen that level of courage we need from our board that places our students as their first and top priority. It's time to implement some remediation measures to ease the turmoil that is being caused. Here are 5 simple steps you can take, I would suggest. 1, making testing optional for students who are asymptomatic. 2, provide take-home testing kits to students every Monday or every Wednesday with the various grades supplying the results on specific dates you set. This would eliminate removing students from their in-person instruction that they are required to receive and will limit your exposure to litigation. 3, you should supply parents with notification of contact tracing before school ends, not at 6 p.m., and give them a take-home test to take so they can return to school in negative and have time for a parent to prepare for the next day if it's positive. Stop removing children from their in-person instruction for some mask infraction. They have enough to deal with. If the principal thinks it's necessary, they can contact the parents directly to discuss without bringing children to their office. And 5, I would recommend changing the lawyers advising you. They are exposing you to litigation, potentially including personal liability. It is time we focus on the big issues, like providing our children an exemplary education and real life skills, finishing El Rodeo and Beverly Hills High School construction that has taken far too long, has cost far too much, with no real end in sight, finding out how hundreds of millions of our taxpayer dollars allegedly spent on construction have just vanished. To the board.
3 minutes. I apologize for interrupting, but it's been 3 minutes.
Thank you for your comments and suggestions. The next person that we'll hear from is from Melody Perian. For 3 minutes. Do you see Melody?
She had a death of a close friend's father, so she will not be able to be here today.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, so
Mrs. Wells?
yes,
She ceded her time to Mahal.
okay, thank you. The next person we'll hear from then is Michelle Yarshapur for 6 minutes. Hi.
We're very grateful for our board that has our children's best interest in mind. Last week, my son had lunch with a child who later tested positive for COVID. He was sent home, which I completely understood and was okay with. Yet, no one could explain to me how it made sense that his 2 siblings were allowed to be home as well. In the last 2 years, we're allowed to go to school as well. In the last 2 years, we keep receiving rules from the LA County Department of Health, continue to impose measures which are not aligning with scientific data and with no research backing their effectiveness. We all entered this pandemic on the same side, wanting to flatten the curve, protect the most vulnerable members of society. Instead of providing a calm, data-driven, evidence-based path built on decades of public health principles, our LA County Department of Health has instead instigated massive collateral damage. It's failed to balance mitigation measures against their impact on our children's development, people's mental health, bodily autonomy, and trust in our public health directives. I feel like this is felt by many of the administrators and staff and parents of Hawthorne and all of the schools. Yet what I keep hearing when I ask questions about what we're doing is we need to do this or we will get shut down. We are failing by not risk stratifying by age and comorbidities, and I'll echo what Nikki so eloquently said. And we're not focusing on making instead treatment options easily available for people once they contract COVID. Instead, we're just instilling nonstop fear. We've lost the trust and confidence of our community. It's time for a new approach, one that acknowledges the mitigation protocols that make sense, but also treats our community as informed adults with all of the rights and responsibilities that we are entitled to. People who are sick and who have symptoms should stay home. This perpetual state of emergency is causing maximum damage. We should stop testing people who are asymptomatic. If it's okay for our, football teams and basketball teams, why are we constantly putting our kids under testing? Our children's risk is low. We have multiple studies showing this. Instead, we are constantly instilling fear of phobias that will last a lifetime. Just last week, my daughter was asked by a yard aide to police her friends on how to wear their masks properly outdoors. We all know that wearing masks outdoors is useless. We even see much of the staff not wearing masks outdoors. So what kind of example are we teaching our children? Let's test those that are symptomatic. Let's protect those that are high at risk. We need to focus on preventing the disease by vaccinating those most at risk and work on having sufficient treatments and therapeutics for those that, despite these measures, contract COVID. We continue to do the same thing and expect different results. We need to focus on making change that will actually improve the health and safety of our children. When restaurants were being closed, we talked about implementing our own health department. I don't know if this is a silly thought, but maybe this is the time to implement a new health department so that we can facilitate keeping schools open safely using actual scientific data and evidence-based medicine to stop pushing measures that are not backed by scientific evidence. While I'm at it, maybe let's focus on getting our kids moving and giving them healthier snacks. I'm honestly shocked at some of the things they are being given at school. And we know obesity is one of the highest risk factors for COVID. So those are my words. I'm really hoping we can make a change and make it a much happier and healthier environment at school.
Thank you for your time. The next person that we will hear from tonight is from Tamar Seth for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Wells, board members, and Dr. Breggy. Thank you for all of your efforts to keep our community safe and continue learning for our students. I urge you to consider taking some different measures to get our district through the next few weeks of the Omicron surge. I also thank this evening's first public commenter. I agree with him about the importance of vaccination. This morning, my 10th grader waited an hour in line for a COVID test at the district office. He's fully vaccinated and boosted. He was a close contact, and today was his 5-day retest. We are happy to have him tested. Please don't misunderstand me. Dr. Breggy did share late this morning that a number of people scheduled to perform the tests were out due to COVID. We are understaffed due to the Omicron surge, or whoever's doing our testing is understaffed. We do not have the processes or staff to stay open safely through the surge. The year plus that our students spent in remote learning was difficult, but I imagine it's even more difficult to be a student quarantining while others are in person. How are high achieving students handling that? Parents on WhatsApp chats are asking how to get the Zooms open. Students, I fear that students will fall even more behind in academics if we don't do the same thing, like go remote for a short period of time. How is it possible for teachers to track and juggle make-up assignments that have to happen in person, like labs and exams, with so many absences due to the Omicron surge? Regarding counseling and support, with all the stress we are experiencing in normal life and school issues popping up, I needed to speak with my students' counselors, coincidentally at BVMS and at Beverly last week. The BVMS counselor was quickly responsive, though she herself was homesick. It took exactly 1 week for me to talk to a counselor at Beverly High and set up an appointment. My student is not being served by the system. We don't have the staff or the processes due to the Omicron surge. I'm having issues with Dragonfly. I requested help from our COVID admins last week and have not yet received the help I've requested. It took a full day to get rapid results posted in the system last week. The system is not working. We do not have the staff or the processes in place. Kids who have been vaccinated and boosted wear masks and are being penalized because the rest of the population wants the freedom to choose whether or not to be vaccinated. I just wonder how many students were absent Friday or today. What does it feel like to be the kid in school when many of your friends and classmates are out? My children feel unsafe. Despite what we are being told in cheery reports from administrators on campuses, children are not good about wearing masks. Middle school and high school, that is the case. The 8th grade outdoor education trip was canceled due to the Omicron surge. I don't want to run out of time. Parents on the 8th grade WhatsApp chat are trying to plan their own class trip, which I feel will become a super spreader event. I'm sure I will get blasted.
Right. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you, Tamar. It's been. Thank you very much for your comments. The next person that we'll hear from for 3 minutes is Mahal Amir Salkin. Are you here, Mahal?
Hello.
Hi.
But then also I was seated time by Melody.
Okay.
So I believe that would give me 6 minutes total.
That will give you 6 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, members of the board and Superintendent Breggy. I'm here tonight to question the value of general weekly COVID testing. The community-wide testing before school reopened was prudent and very well run. Finding those members of our community who picked up COVID over winter break and enabling them to clear it at home before returning to school was reasonable. But continued open-ended testing is not. SARS-CoV-2 is here to stay. Thank God it has evolved into a version that, while it may be more infectious, is much less dangerous. I will not bore you with a lesson on statistics, sensitivity and specificity and positive predictive value. The key point is that all tests have error rates, resulting in false negatives and false positives. And the greater the number of tests run, the more errors. Here is a real-life case. My son tested negative during the community-wide testing on Sunday the 9th, and again at his regular test on Wednesday the 12th. But he texted me later that day that he did not feel well, so I brought him home, based on clinical symptoms, not on a test result. It was his return to school test on Friday the 14th that showed him to be COVID positive. Testing had not protected anybody who had been around him. Now let's talk about limited resources. Approximately 3,400 students and 340 staff faculty times 18 more weeks of school equals approximately 67,500 tests. By stockpiling thousands of tests and crowding the PCR processing system, the district is making it harder for people who need to be tested, who are symptomatic or at high risk due to age or underlying illness. Finally, all this testing hurts our community. Close contact students must stay home and do, quote, independent study. Positive but asymptomatic teachers must stay home, but since there's not enough substitutes available, classroom teaching is then inadequate. And at school, teachers are expected to teach class while at the same time helping various students catch up, all of whom missed different points in the lesson. The testing is creating tremendous anxiety in students. The fear of being sick, making your friends sick, making your grandparents sick, and possibly killing them, let's not forget that. And the real fear of missing out on school, on fun, on life. School is open, but testing is a weekly threat of being thrown back into solitary confinement. The Department of Public Health's latest directive states, quote, screening testing has become increasingly important as a mitigation strategy to limit in-school transmission. Universal screening testing is still not required, end quote. General weekly testing sounds like a plausible way to decrease transmission of COVID, but there is no scientific proof that it can stop the virus, and the Department of Public Health does not pretend that it can. So I ask, what is your end goal? Because honestly, we are not going to test our way out of COVID. Thank you. And now I'd like to speak about another issue because my eye was caught by one of today's agenda items, 9E, approval to discard obsolete textbooks. I staffed the textbook room during the opening days of August, so I know that those books have taken a beating. And I recognize that many worn out books need to be replaced. So I expected to see listings like the 4 copies of Webster's New World Dictionary. But nearly all the listings of obsolete textbooks are large numbers of classic books or valuable anthologies. Why are so many being discarded? Have they all been so intensely studied that the pages are falling out? Has the high school run out of storage space? Or are these too difficult for California's Department of Education circa 2021? Lysistrata is an ancient text of clever political subversion. To Sir with Love is the story of one man's victory over racism in mid-20th century Britain. Elements of style? Come on, people. Or perhaps your thought is just that it's easier to go digital. Obsolete is a very loaded word. The concepts in many of these books are not obsolete, or for those that are, it should not be forgotten that they were once believed. Please, please, we are a community and we should work together on these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahal. The next person that we'll hear from is from Shirley Dangsgar, and she has 3 minutes. I apologize if I pronounced your name incorrectly. Shirley, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to the next person, which is Bahar Yaktafar for 3 minutes?
She sent her apology. She just left about 1 minute ago.
Okay, thank you. And the last person that we'll hear from is Marjan Nahuri. Okay. Marjan? All right, sounds like we have completed public comment. Okay, moving on. Item number 9, consent calendar. Did anybody want to pull anything from the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus items 9C, 9J, and 9L.
I would also like to add 9M.
9M. Okay, 9C, 9J, 9L, 9M.
I second.
Okay, the motion was, no, Margot made a motion, and Dr. Stern seconded the motion. I'll go around for a vote.
Yes.
Mr. Raymer? Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And I am a yes, so the motion passes 5-0 and a provisional vote from Mr. Raymer. Okay.
Was it C that was?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve item 9C, the approval of the Williams Uniform Complaint Quarterly Report, second quarter.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I think Gabe, you pulled up.
Yeah, I was the one that pulled it. It looks very straightforward. I'm sure this is something that's very normal, but I just didn't know what it was. So I just wanted to understand what we're voting on here. The Williams lawsuit settlement. It just looks like a standard form, but I was hoping Dr. Breggy could explain.
It is, and this is something that is collected on a regular basis if there are complaints in the community about conditions and supplies and materials.
And so this is just to confirm that there were none.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments? All right, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so the motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Mr. Raymer. May I have a motion for item 9J?
I will make a motion for the approval of the agreement for special services for Pierre Cavagiolu, Espinoza, and Caesar LLP.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I pulled this as I'm not supporting it.
Okay. Anyone else with any other comments? All right, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
No.
Mrs. Wells is a yes. The motion passes 4-1 with Eli Raymer as a provisional vote. Item 9L, ratification of purchase order number 11 for 2021-2022. May I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve ratification of the purchase orders number 11, 2021-2022.
I'll second.
Okay. I'll start with comment. Or actually, who else pulled this?
I did, but you can start.
You can go ahead, Mr. Raymer.
I had questions specifically about, I feel like there are more things on here about asbestos than I've seen in the past, and I was just curious as to why has training been done in the past, like in PO doc ID ending in 989? Has asbestos training been done in the past, or is this something new that's being implemented into M&O?
So it's required. The training is required, and it's something that's ongoing, and will continue to be ongoing through our modernization projects.
All right, I have further asbestos questions, but I'll leave them for later on.
I did not pull that.
Mr. Halimi?
So the first attachment had a net decrease of almost around $4.5 million. I was just curious how that came about.
I see that Mr. Blake is here. Would you, or Mr. Roach?
Sure.
Hi, Pam.
Hi. That was the result of the savings on B1, B2. So the Pro West purchase order was decreased by that amount.
Sorry, can you provide a little bit more context? I'm a little bit new to this. So
So we had a guaranteed maximum price for B1, B2, and it came in under that price. So we shared the savings with the contractor. So it came in $9 million under the guaranteed maximum price. The district share is $4.5 million. So the decrease in this purchase order is $4.3 million on the regular purchase order, and then the other $228,000 is for the retention.
So we came in, but under budget on something.
$9 million under budget on a $65 million project.
We'll take it. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? I had the same question.
Do you have to call for the question on that one?
I just one sec. I just wanted to have you talk about that, so thank you. I also had a question on purchase for purchase order report, and that item is for Tao Rosini for a purchase order for $15,000, and I thought I would like to have a little more explanation for that.
Hi, Mrs. Wells. We'll need to get back with the board on that. We receive invoices, and sometimes the purchase orders don't cover the invoices. So we'll get back with the board on the details of that invoice.
Okay, so can we pull that item then from the purchase order report and approve it without that item? I'd like to make a motion for approval of 9L.
We have a motion on the floor, so we'll have to withdraw the motion and remake the motion. Is that what you want to do?
I'd like to make a motion to approve it with an amendment to remove the Tao Rosini purchase order for $15,000.
Who made the motion on the line?
I made the motion.
So, Rochelle, you'll have to withdraw the motion.
Well, she could also, can she accept the amendment?
I can call for an amendment.
You can do a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
I'll accept the amendment.
Okay. Then I will call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
No.
And I'm a yes. So the motion passes 4-1 with a provisional vote for Eli Raymer.
So that was the vote on the amendment.
No, that was the vote on the purchase order.
For the purchase
order. On the whole
9L
purchase order.
with an amendment
Minus
to
that item.
remove the Tao Rosini purchase order.
Okay.
Okay, item 9M.
I'll make a motion to approve the warrant report number 7.
I'll second.
Okay, I pulled this item, and my question about this is, I had some questions about the invoicing for TCDS, and I just received the invoices, and many of them are difficult to read. So at this point in time, I'd like to pull that from the warrant until I'm able to look at those further. The other item that I had question about is, and if Mr. Roach, you can confirm for me, the invoices for Tao Rosini, I know that I received, the last time we spoke, I was going to receive revised invoices for Tao Rosini, and I haven't received them, so I just want to make sure these are not the ones that I have not approved yet.
I know I have a couple of them to be approved, and then they'll go right to you.
But that's not what these ones are on the warrant. They're ones that were previously approved by President Marcus.
Right, and they've all been paid. Those all
Terrific.
been paid.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Just a point of process on the warrant report. That report to the board is an informational report. Those warrants have already gone out and been mailed. So there's no action that the board can take to stop a warrant other than to put a stop payment on a check.
Oh, well, thank you for clarifying.
I was wondering about that.
I think that clarifies a lot. I would like to see the invoices because when I briefly looked at them, we received them right before we went into closed session, and many of them were difficult to read. I don't know if you all had a chance to look at those. But it would be, if there's a way to get those invoices to me where they're readable, I would appreciate it.
Are you talking about from the purchase order then?
I'm talking about the warrant. I asked for the invoices for TCDS
Yeah,
because there was over $1 million in warrants.
Well,
that
but
were
you're not
paid
talking
out.
about them now on this one, are you?
I'm talking about those invoices that were paid out on the warrant report.
On the warrant? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
When I received those invoices, I could not read them. Many of them were illegible.
Okay.
And when I totaled it up, it was more than $1 million in payment. So I'd like to see what those invoices are for. And if we can get clearer copies, I would really appreciate that. Okay. I had another question. Actually, that question's been answered. Does anyone else have any questions or discussion? Okay, I will call for the vote for 9M. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Eli Raymer. And I believe that takes care of that. All right, the next is the reports. We have a report from Dr. Bragi, his regular superintendent report, as well as an update on COVID-19.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. I also have a little bit of some construction progress that I'm going to share with you. I just want to start off, it's been our last meeting, and so I just want to welcome everybody to 2022, and just a reflective and heartfelt thank you to everybody. We have incredible partners in our school district. When we look at our teachers and our staff, our families, which you heard tonight with some very good speakers, our board, our partnership with the city, the police department, just our greater school community, and just partnerships in general. We're just very prideful that we have good relationships during this time, and we're kicking off 2022 a little bit in an unexpected way, but we are certainly glad that we are together again for 2022. So we had a national holiday yesterday to celebrate Dr. King, and I hope that you had an opportunity to reflect and to honor and recognize his legacy in combating racial inequality and his leadership behind the civil rights movement. And we are back again today. We have some new information. This falls into Mr. Roach's category, but I just want to let you know that the governor is already hard at work with a budget for the 2022-2023 school year. It was released last week on the 10th. And now we're in a position where the legislature starts to debate and go over this budget, and it'll grow and it'll change over time, and we will share those updates with you as we anticipate what will be occurring in 2022-23. So we had our distribution day for our home test kits, which you've heard a lot about, and we had some really nice exposure in the media from our efforts, and I'm really appreciative that our families came out and that our staff had volunteered on a Sunday all day. There was an incredible amount of planning, and with great purpose were we able to distribute those kits. And as you heard tonight, we had a great impact on people that had not been tested in a long time. That baseline testing was really important. And as we go into 2022, as I mentioned, just putting up our district core values here, because we are entering into a time where it is really tough. And we want to stay tough with our problems and coming up with solutions, and to be kind to one another. So our district core values are on there because they're really going to be tested over the next month or so. So I placed those there just for a reminder for everybody. So I think one of the best things to look at if with the ongoing changes, and that's something that we hear a lot about, is that it's frustrating. You know, over the last 2 years, one of the speakers said it very well tonight, you know, that these changes come about. Oftentimes they start with the CDC, and then LA County looks at them and then makes decisions about them. And then it takes a long time at that point to either align with the CDC and put that information in writing, or to become more restrictive. And that takes a great deal of time. And so one of our frustrations as well is that a lot of that information is public through the CDC first. And then LA County vets this information out before moving forward. And so it's tough sometimes when the public is getting one set of guidelines and recommendations, and yet the county takes time because they're looking at it for the first time. And so there is this vetting process that takes considerable amount of time. And I realize that we're at a point now where there's this fatigue that's happening across the community and the world with all of these ongoing changes, mandates, recommendations, and guidelines. This is a great sheet. And so this sheet here is kind of a one-stop shop. And so our most important thing right now with the number of positive cases that we have is right in the middle. And that is our positive COVID cases. You know, we were, and you've heard us talk about this before, but when we had 3 cases in a day at one school, it literally is 12 to 15 hours of work for the administration to do the contact tracing, to get students tested, to send out emails, to make phone calls, to then document the data. And that's when there was 2 to 3 cases a day. Now we're averaging about 60 cases a day, and we have the same staff to do that. And so we are doing everything that we can. The most important thing for us, that top layer, is something that you heard tonight, is that with students that are positive and removing them from the environment so that we are not allowing that transmission to happen, you know, in the classroom and at lunch. That's really the most important thing we can do right now. We are still contact tracing. It's really important that we do that. We are struggling with the sheer numbers, but we do believe that getting that information, especially if it is a situation where there has been an exposure to another student, that we do inform families that we do provide that testing. So in the orange box up there, the best way to look at this is just, you know, this is if you are a close contact, you are asymptomatic and you are unvaccinated, and you are in an area where it is, you're in an unmasked area. Could be lunch, could be something that happens after school, and you're going to see that what's happening in the left corner in the bottom is the biggest improvement for us coming back and starting this new year, is that we all have the same start and stop times. If you remember before, the numbers would change all the time. Nobody could keep track of who's supposed to come back and test on what day, return on what day. And so that is a consistent number that we have with 5. In the green area where we have our close contacts, again, asymptomatic and fully vaccinated, this is where our students are able to return right away back to school. These are students that will test on they will immediately test if they're a close contact, but then they will test again on day 5. And students are able to come back to the classroom. And that is a big change from what we've seen before, is that there is an opportunity to come back, close contact, you test, and you come back and you can go right into the classroom with a negative test. The box at the bottom with their close contact, asymptomatic, unvaccinated, this is where we had our modified quarantine before. This is another really big change. So when we had before with students that were unvaccinated but close contacts, they were out, and you were out for 10 days. And so one of the changes that they made, which was a good decision as they learned more and more about the spread of the virus, was having those kids have that opportunity to come back. Again, you test on day 5, and you're able to come back on day 6, and with a negative test, and you have to keep your masks on. Now, if you remember modified quarantine, which was an opportunity, we had the wristbands before. We don't currently have the wristbands now because anybody that's coming back on day 6 will be wearing a mask because the LA department, the county department of public health has required that masks are inside and outside. So we don't have the wristband that's occurring right now, and that those students are allowed back into our classrooms. They are not allowed to stay for after school events. They are to return home afterwards, but it is a nice change that we are able to see for our students to have that opportunity to come back. And again, that bottom left-hand corner is just really important for people to realize that we have a great testing program in place, and we have this opportunity where the testing can occur when you're a close contact, and that could occur at our sites with a quick return back to school. And this is probably the biggest change since returning in the beginning of the year. We know that right now, currently, that the CDC has changed guidelines. We are waiting patiently to see what LA County is going to do with those guidelines. So our testing surge response plan, this baseline testing that we did with 198 positive people last Sunday, again, that was really important for us as people were traveling and they were out and about. And I do want to mention too that even with this 3-day weekend that we had with our students, and it was mentioned in our public comment today, that we actually added our staff because we knew that these larger breaks give an opportunity for people to travel. We also knew that we were going to be having a lot of people come back. They were coming off the 5-day period and they needed to test to come back to school. And so we actually did increase our staffing. And so we scheduled actually testing at every school. We use the district office for the high school because of we have a large setup that's there. But we actually increased to 3 testers per site. And so it was unfortunate, but very much like what's happening around the country is that we had 4 of the people that actually conduct the COVID testing that actually conducted COVID themselves. There's very strict requirements if you work and you are a technician for our COVID teams that they have to be tested every morning before they begin. And it was a surprise to us, even though we put additional staffing into place, that we were short. We were able to get everybody to class by 10 a.m., but I certainly understand that frustration, which is why I sent the information earlier today, because we do have a really good system in place, something that we could not predict. So here are some new cases, and you can see with this chart on the left-hand side, this is after that baseline testing of 198 positive cases that we have our Wednesday totals, our Thursday, Friday, and then our Monday. The next column over is our daily new cases for staff, and then our daily new cases for students for each of those days. And then you can see our totals on the right-hand side. So you can see the volume of students that are still testing positive and our staff as well. And then you'll see our dashboard, and this is interesting when you look at the high number of cases, and you can see that just with the active positive cases, you can see how quickly the cases roll off as well. When you have the 5-day return, we are finding a lot of our students and our staff will test on day 5 and that they will be able to come back. And you can see that rolls off pretty quickly. And we are glad to see people coming back to in-person learning as quickly as possible. So our communication forums, we do a lot to communicate. And you have seen information through Parent Square, the emails that we put out, text messages, phone calls, our website, the social media that we put out. Board meeting and board presentations like this. I think that I've done a board presentation that included COVID-related information for the last 2 years, undoubtedly. And And we also are able to have this opportunity with our partnership through our PTAs that we have this opportunity to have a smaller group and speak and talk with our parents. In the past, we've had our town hall meetings as well. If you remember some of the town hall meetings that we had in the past, we were having changes in the delivery of our instructional model. And so there were many, many questions that were coming up about what it looked like, how it looked like. And so we had a great purpose to have a town hall meeting, which was an opportunity to share answers with people with a lot of questions. I know that there's been some talk about having a town hall meeting, and so that's something that we're considering. We want to make sure that the purpose is to provide information. It is a great way to exchange information. It's worked very well for us in the past, and it's something that we are considering as we move forward through the pandemic. And just a little bit of construction information for you. I'm going to start with the El Rodeo modernization, and you can go right to the next slide. This is our installation of underground utilities that's underway there. There is installation of and removal of existing utilities. There's some trenching that's happening here. You can see that they're involved with making replacements, and that is all happening right now at El Rodeo. This next slide is Building A, which is the auditorium. And there is a library that's on the second floor. And what they're doing is some flat and tile roof installation. Again, Building A with the auditorium. This is framing the ceiling of this auditorium. It's just going to be beautiful. The next slide is Building B, and this is the pre-kindergarten and kindergarten building. And as you can see, they're doing a lot of flat and tile roof installation that's happening. Next slide, Building C. This is where we have our dining is in the basement floor, and we've got specialty and standard classrooms in the first and the second floors. And here you can see just a really good example of the original preservation of the historic features. And you can also see the tile work there. Here we are again with the flat and tile roof installation. And with Building D, these are multi-purpose rooms in the basement, and then again, specialty and standard classrooms in the first and second floors. And then with Building D, again, multi-purpose rooms in the basement. We've got classrooms on the first and second floors, and this is just kind of what you saw in the auditorium with framing the ceiling portions. And then moving along to Building E, there's admin that's in the basement floor, the upper grade classrooms in the first and second floors. And so there's flat and tile roof installation that's happening really all over in each of the buildings, but there's a good example of that work that's being done. And we'll move along to Beverly Hills High School. This is B3. This is just there's concrete pouring that's happening here. In the next picture, there's just concrete that's setting in the auditorium lobby. Also in Building 3, B3, the auditorium, the first floor, there is concrete that's going into place. You can see that this is being in place for the heating and air conditioning and the ventilation that's being redone in the school. And you can see that space there in both of those shots. Again, also on B3, just like at El Rodeo, there's a lot of roofing. These are the clay roof tiles, which is amazing to be able to see up front and in person. But those are being installed. And also the second floor auditorium, the ceiling containment in the second slide there, they're sandblasting the lead paint that's in the ceiling. Moving along to B4, this is the first floor repair of the existing concrete wall and just the footings of the first floor stairwell in B4. On the next slide, there is concrete placement for the footings on the first floor stairwell, and on the second floor, there's continued installation of the perimeter. It's the structural steel channel. And in this slide, this is again before the installation of the clay roof tiles that are also being installed in B3. On the second floor installation, you can see it's the installation of the fire sprinkler pipes and also the branch lines. Next slide, this is a big move, and this was a lot of work. And it's just really great to see that this is kind of the before photo of the high school, the village, the bungalows, the modular buildings, and a lot of work took place to remove the utilities, disconnect fixtures, furniture removal. There was exterior site preparation. This project began in October of 21, and it was completed in the middle of December. A vendor was on site the week of our holidays over winter break. They removed 31 buildings. Currently, the facilities department and the maintenance and operations department, they're coordinating on the scope of work that's needed to refresh this village area exterior. And again, as you saw in some of the pictures from El Rodeo, is also at the high school, you will see that there's underground utilities that have been marked. There's potholes that are being filled. And if you haven't seen it, you might be able to hear it. Also, the fencing on Heath Road is in progress, and that is to delineate the pedestrian and the auto traffic. This is an area that I know is a concern for some people, as I'm just learning. This is new, and we're looking at ways to continually make improvements with this new setup. We do realize that this takes up some landscape for people driving and some people walking, and we are in ongoing conversations about what we can do to improve this experience for our students and our parents. And you may remember this site, the former Venico site, where we had the 18 oil well heads, and we had the water damage that was done. And this is just in the production area. This is kind of in the basement area on the left-hand side. And you can see the tanks are coming out, and we're clearing all the pipe and the conduit off of the site wall. And this is just an inside shot of the motor control center. This is the gray painted equipment that you see in the photos. There's only 2 small sections that remain to power the offices, lights, and gates. And in the shot on the left, only the last injection well of 6 that were there remains, and we are just awaiting the truck crane needed to lift this huge equipment, and it'll be taken out piece by piece, and that will be the last well injection pump. And this is an incredible amount of removal that is nearly finished. And that is my report. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know that Mr. Blake and Ms. Johnson are also here to help with any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Breggy. I think I'd like to break the discussion into the 2 different categories, since first you spoke about the COVID update, and then followed by a discussion if anyone has any questions or discussion for the construction. So beginning with COVID and the update, I'd like to just start a discussion there. Is there anyone that would like to start, or I can go around the horn?
Could I start?
Sure, go ahead, Eli.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Breggy, for this report, for both components of it. Wanted to give an excellent job done with the distribution day for the home test. I know that I had a very easy time getting mine. My mom and I went through, parked on the street right along the side and tested, and then went grocery shopping. It was a good outing. Saw Dr. Breggy there, Mr. Seaman, Ms. Chisholm. It was great to see all of you there, and it was really nice to just see all the admin come together to really make sure it ran smoothly. So I wanted to say a great job on that.
Thank you.
And clearly it was rather effective in what we wanted it to do, so that's excellent as well. Also, a thank you to our COVID admin for their work that they're doing over the weekend. I'll get to it later in my report, but robotics started up and we work on the weekends now, and we had a positive case over the weekend, which Mr. Stewart was able to compile a list of close contacts, send it out, and get everyone to go test on Monday morning, or if they wanted to wait in Tuesday morning. So he is even, I imagine a lot of them are putting in hours on the weekends as well to ensure that we have all the information we need to ensure that we all stay healthy. One thing I wanted to bring up, well, I have a couple of things, but the first of them is that on the district website under the exposure protocols, there's the new graphic, but on the dashboard there is the old exposure protocol graphic, and I've heard that there has been some confusion among people looking at one and then looking at the other, and not exactly sure which one to follow. So I wanted to see if we could get that rectified.
Sure.
Something else also on the dashboard section is rapid testing still available at all the school sites or just at the district office?
So it was available today, and so it's always available at the district office. We did ensure that we had testers that were available at each of our school sites, and we have a really positive relationship with the staff. So it's as we need it, we will make sure that we have testers that are available at each site. We are finding that with the number of close contacts, that the rapid antigen test is the test that is being performed quite often, and to provide those results to people right away. So it really changes. It depends on the day. It depends on the site. It depends on if it's if multiple students in one classroom. We really kind of adjust to where the need is.
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up, I believe that the links on the dashboard for signups of testing at each of the sites are slightly wrong. They're the school site acronym, so say at the district office, BHUSD.dragonfly.phd.com is the current links displayed, but
Okay.
there's no dot in between Dragonfly and PhD. So when the links on the dashboard are clicked, it's leading to an error message, which I imagine can be confusing to some, but if we can remove that period, then the links should all work fine.
We will check it
That
out.
was just some confusion I was having when I went to check some of those links. Carrying on. Oh, this is about testing on the weekend. So I can speak personally to this. I was one of the close contacts identified during robotics on the weekend. And so I went to test on Monday. I traveled to the location at 113 North San Vicente for our testing. The only issue is that on the BHUSD link, the only site that is available to choose is the BHUSD district office, which did not have testing appointments available until Tuesday morning. So the staff at the testing center had to input our appointments manually to ensure that we had the cost covered by the district and that they had it in their system that we got tested and all that kind of stuff. So if we were able to include on our portal an ability to change the testing location from the district office so that we can select times that may not be available at the district office but are at their testing center, so that we don't backlog them any further than they already are, because they were dealing with both BHUSD students who'd been close contacted and just their general clients that they've had.
Yep, and thank you for that. And we have there's plenty of site, there's plenty of time available when we are open. So it's not that a certain time gets filled up. You can still just sign up and come at that time.
Yes, I understand that, but the district office was not open on Monday, and so all students that were going were not able to make appointments online, and instead
Okay.
the staff members at the testing center had to input it manually into their system, which further slowed down the process.
Okay.
Also, reassure everyone, I tested negative, that's why I'm here. I would not have come had I not. And I'm testing again on Thursday, as in accordance with the guidelines. And I believe that is all I had. Thank you.
Great.
Well, thank you very much for going over the recap of some of the old and the new things that are out there. Eli just hit it upon the one. I was wondering if the chart had been updated because of the changes that have been coming lately, and so he evidently hit upon it, and he said that there was some changes and so on, and that there was a need to do it. I was curious to know, I attended the Beverly Vista Middle School PTA meeting this morning, and there was a couple things, and now I understand why they were all complaining about the problem at the testing today, Tuesday, because there was a shortage. So I would love to let the community know that that was not something that we hadn't anticipated and hadn't planned for, but we hadn't planned for some of the people who would be doing the testing to not be there because they themselves were testing positive.
Right. We did send something out. It was about noon.
And so, I mean, but there was a lot of talk about that, and I didn't know about that at the time, and all I could do was just sit there and listen to the concern the parents had that we weren't prepared. But as it turns out, we were prepared, and I'm glad that, unfortunately, that there was. Yeah. And I just want.
Yeah, and you know, and we provide, we want to provide people with a really good and quick experience. With the days of having, again, 3 cases, 5 cases where somebody can just stroll over to the district office. At this time when we're averaging 60 cases a day, it does require a lot more people to get tested. So if they're a close contact, we test them right away. And then again on day 5, so we have this surge of people that are testing kind of initially, and then also on day 5, and then we also have some people that if they don't test negative on day 5, they're allowed to come back on day 6, day 7 until they do test negative. So it's just been it's just been a sheer volume.
No, that's what I want.
Yeah.
But that's what I wanted to point out. So, and then the other thing that I wanted to mention, supposedly there was a change in the protocol by the LA County Department of Public Health on Friday night that they talked about. Wondered if you'd like to talk about that, give you a chance if you're from.
So which one is it?
There was a change.
There's been lots of changes.
I'm trying to remember exactly what they said, but I think it had to do with the contacts. And
yeah, I think correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was something that LAC-STA had sent you and you sort of paraphrased it for us. I think they were saying that with close contacts,
right,
if you are a vaccinated, boosted, and asymptomatic close contact, say in a household or something, and you immediately test and you're negative, then you have to stay masked and you can cautiously monitor yourself and then test on day 5, but that does not preclude you from going to school.
It wasn't,
correct.
That is correct, right?
Correct.
Okay, there might, sorry to jump on your commentary, but there might be some confusion among some staffers because I did, some parents are saying, well, I'm not sure why my child was sent home today, and it appears that perhaps the old quarantine rules were being applied, not this current one that I just reiterated. So we can talk more about that.
I don't know. I'm not aware of that. Okay.
We'll talk more about it.
Okay. But no, anytime we can make something more clear, if there has been,
I know.
it is. I mean, and that's why the best thing is really to look at this chart and kind of find where you are.
Very helpful.
Right.
Yeah, it's very helpful. And again, what's taken a lot of the guesswork out of it is that everyone is being. It's the same number of days where you get your initial testing and then you can test again on day 5. So that's helped streamline some of that process where students are now able to come back earlier.
Great.
Right. So that basically was what I had in mind when you started to speak about the COVID, and I'm glad that you went over everything and to remind people that chart is there to find out where they belong. So
It's kind of the easiest way to take a lot of information in one place and kind of just see where you are.
Right. Gabe?
Thank you. A question and then some comments. First question, the chart that you created and presented, that's all based on the LA County Department of Public Health kind of guidelines that they put, guidelines, rules, requirements. It all comes from them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we as a district have not, and this is, I guess, a clarifying point for the community. We, up until this point, have not set our own policies. We have been following the policies that have come down from the LA County Department of Public Health. Is that
yes?
fair
I
to
mean,
say?
we do follow our LA County protocols.
Mm-hmm.
We are also in a place where, even just hearing a lot of our speakers tonight, it's, we understand a lot of that frustration. Not only the change, but this continuous, direction that's coming from, LA County, that don't give us the opportunity to, send a survey to parents and see what they prefer. I mean, we are all bound by the order. And I know that that's very frustrating for people. We get it. We understand it. How it works, there's often times where there's a violation. If somebody sees an infraction or they see, that gets reported. And so, it's really, it's kind of a conversation of, do we, either, the links of, going to and creating another health department, which would fall into the cities, that would be their role and responsibility if they decided to do that. But it also is, do we fight LA County? I mean, we think about it all the time because we get really frustrated by the information that's changing that really puts us in a bad spot. I mean, it's, this is what we're doing every day. It doesn't feel good oftentimes when somebody doesn't agree. And it's kind of over the last 2 years, there's times where it's been political, there's times where it's been emotional. But right now it's political and emotional. And, I'm always up for a good fight, but to take on the LA County Department of Public Health, we'd be shut down instantly. We've had a couple of classrooms where we've had 3 or more cases where they are epidemiologically linked. That's never happened before, but it shows how contagious this variant is. And so that's a county direction then to shut down these classrooms. That's if that continues, and we're working really hard so that doesn't happen, then we'll be forced to close our doors, and we're doing everything that we can. The protocols, we try to listen to every story. We try to be as consistent as we can, and we are just all doing the best that we can. We're educators.
Dr. Breggy, thank you for that, and thank you for your report. And I just want to start my comments and my kind of discussion on this topic by saying thank you to you, to the administration, to the teachers. I mean, this has not been easy. This is highly emotional. The temperature is very high. The rules are changing. It is an emotional topic. And I just very much appreciate the way that this administration has handled it, but to date. Because,
thank you.
As you have said, we have been following, we have not set our own policy. We have been having to deal with the policies that have been handed to us by the county. That is the direction that you have been given, and we're all trying to do the best we can. I also want to thank the parents tonight that came and spoke during the public comment. We as a board, I think, have been inundated by people calling us, texting us, emailing us. Very emotional topic, and for good reason. This is our children. This is why we are all here. And we cannot pretend like, despite our absolute best intentions and the great work that we are doing, that everything has gone smoothly and that our children have not been affected. I mean, this has been 22 months an unprecedentedly, crazy time in the world. And, Beverly Hills is not immune to this. No community has been immune to this. To the parents specifically that spoke tonight, I want you to know that we hear you. There are valid points all around. And I think the point that I want to make to this board and ask for support on from my fellow board members is that I think we've reached a point over the last 22 months that, at least for me, to get to the bottom line, I am no longer comfortable sitting back and just taking what the LA County Department of Public Health has said, or what the CDC has said, or what the state of California has said, and just sit back and say, those are the rules and we will take them. As Dr. Breggy has just said, the frustration among both the parents, students, and the administration is high because the rules keep changing. And unlike where we were 22 months ago, there is real data. We have talked about, Dr. Breggy, Mary, and myself were having a conversation earlier today, like all of us got the Omicron virus. All of us are vaccinated. All of us are boosted. And yet all of us relatively felt fine after getting it. All 4 of my children got it. All 4 of them were fine. I mean, I obviously didn't send them to school. I didn't do anything. We are learning about this virus more and more every single day. And we have to take that data into account. And I believe that as a board, we have not done our job by actually taking a more proactive and active approach towards making policy towards COVID-19 and what we're seeing. That is not for the administration to do. That's not for teachers. That is on nobody except for this board, because that's our job to set policy. And we may look at the policies of the CDC and we may look at the policies of the LA County Department of Public Health and say, they're great, we're fully confident, let's just keep moving in the direction. I don't think that's going to be the case, and I think it is prudent for this board to start having a discussion. I encourage and support to Dr. Breggy and what he was talking about earlier with setting up a town hall where we can engage with parents and the medical professionals and have more of a conversation. But I think this board has to go a step further, and I think we should be having a study session. As I said when I was being interviewed for this board, Beverly Hills is a very special place because we not only have some of the most talented but educational professionals, I believe, in the entire country. I think the medical professionals we have, the engagement from our parents, as we saw tonight that we have a very special community. We are not some small town in the middle of the country. We are Beverly Hills, and we have some of the best data and best ability to make decisions and policy of anybody anywhere. And I think at this point, from what we've seen, it's been a moving target and not enough emphasis on the actual facts and the data we have in front. I mean, one of the facts we heard tonight was that of the 15 million or something kids out in the United States, there have been less than 500 that have actually died from COVID.
79 million, I think.
79 million. I mean, we have and we have a expert sitting right next to us with how this is actually impacting the children in our community going through all this. So I want to keep I will put a lid on my comments because this is supposed to be a discussion, but what I would like to ask my fellow board members for support on is for us to start taking a more proactive position on some of these policies that we are seeing. Let's put a study session together. Let's actually engage with the medical professionals. Let's engage with the parents, and let's give our administration, our teachers, and our students real clarity on what they need to be doing based on the facts and the data that we have in front of us. Putting that out there. Sorry, just had to get that off my chest.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gabe. I agree with you in a lot of respects. Also, I was very impressed with the Sunday drive-through situation. I mean, I am aware and so impressed that so many staff and admin came out on their Sunday to, distribute these tests. And when they went to graduate school or whatever to become in the educational profession, I'm sure it did not involve the specter of having to administer tests for a virus. So I'm just very proud that I'm a part of a district that was so proactive and industrious, and that you Dr. Breggy, have the morale and the charisma with your staff that they we're happy to help out, and you bring people together, and I was very pleased. Speaking to Gabe's point, I think that one way we've all evolved in our thinking is that, at least for myself, so approximately 2 years ago, I had a great deal of fear and of the unknown, and it was the original strain was quite serious. It could be very serious for a variety of people. I'm fortunately a healthy person, but I was afraid of getting it. Now we have gotten to a point where it is negligible. And, if one has it, they feel quite well. So that has personally shifted my own thinking as well. And one of the parents, we had a lot of articulate parents, one said it was something like 0.02% of children have died. And not that we want any children to die, but out of 79 million children, what did they say, 400 died. I mean, again, we don't want any children dying, but that's something to think about. And we cannot ignore that there is absolute restrictiveness and suffering among children as a result of some of these policies and things that we, are trying to follow to be safe. And I understand that, but I think it actually absolutely makes sense to revisit these things now that we are at a point in the epidemic where, at least at this moment, the Omicron is somewhat more mild. It doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. But I'm also pleased to see that some of the health policies have shifted to reflect this, such as them saying now that, if you are asymptomatic and you are vaccinated and boosted and you test negative, then you can be included in school. So these, there's a growing recognition in the discourse of people now that, let's go be a little less restrictive on our kids, because we know what a disaster it was and we can't forget. So thank you, Gabe, for your comments, and I would very much welcome a study session to that end.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. And I just want to mention, and thanks to the board for giving us the opportunity to lead in this area. Before break, LA County told us they were going to provide us all with the home kits so that we could do this baseline testing. We know that it's often a struggle to get what we need, and so we thought ahead. We put in our own order for the test, and thank goodness we did, because I still don't think that we have them today. And many districts went back to after winter break without them. So we had the foresight to do that. And shout out to Rebecca Starkins, because I came back from my trip with COVID, and the last thing I wanted to do was talk about this, but she had a great vision for what this looked like. And so through a lot of planning meetings, and that's what it takes to pull off something of that venture to it. That only happened because of her planning, and the reason we were excited to be out there is we knew that this was a great service for people, and because of the planning that was involved and that foresight, it made it really easy. And what a great way for us to connect with our community as they were, driving by and saying hello and Happy New Year. It was just really good for our school community.
Thank you for the update, Dr. Berkey. Gabe, I agree we need to get on this. I don't have a problem with that. I would ask, though, and the parents tonight, I heard the passion and some really intelligent comments from the parents, and I know everybody's emotional. I hope that they don't look at this board as as an institution that's just lying and taking everything that's thrown at us, because we're not, as you could hear from what Mr. Halimi said tonight. We are trying to, first and foremost, keep our kids safe and keep our schools open. And that's a really hard juggling act to do, especially when you are accountable to other entities. Much different for private schools, obviously. But I would ask that as we move forward in this conversation, that we fully understand the risk assessment in taking potential things off the table, because we don't want to be responsible for anybody's ill-being, right? We as a school district can't be responsible for that. So we have to make sure in navigating what we're talking about here that we can get through that part of it and move into this, because we could all tell you we're all sick of this. We're all sick of this. Nobody likes this anymore. Nobody likes kids having to get pulled out of class. We don't like that. We don't. And what we're seeing, and why tonight when the intervention class presented, I felt like it was the first time for a minute that we were a school district and not a health agency.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my God, that's what it's like to be a school district again. And I'm 100% for that. So to all the parents that are emailing us and calling and writing and speaking here, we are not following everything blindly. We are doing the best we can with what we have as a public school district. And we are a public school district in a county that has a health department that is controlling the narrative. I would love to be able to talk to the health department and say, hey, can we apply for exemptions? Can we do this? Look at our rates. Look how we're managing things. If we do this, can we do this? I told my colleague here, I'll say something really bold. If our district gets vaccinated, can we eliminate masks and testing? Can we start asking these questions? Because if the data shows, like you said, let's look at the data. If the data is showing that if you're vaccinated and boosted, if you can be, that if you do contract the virus, it's minimal. It's very minimal. And people can get more sick with a cold than they could with this particular variant of the virus. So we have to look at, like you said, look at the data, ask ourselves these questions, try to make bold moves and say, what can we do to mitigate and get our kids back to regular learning? Because that's what's being hurt the most. And as many safeguards that we've put into place, including intervention, including all of the quarantine teachers and all of that, our kids are falling behind. We know that. We have to be realistic about that. And we have to be real. They said it about even with the handwriting, right? Mm-hmm. They said it. So that's not the only thing that's falling behind is handwriting. I mean, that went away with word processing, but and then when people decided to stop writing in cursive, I'm against that. I still think there's a place for cursive in this world, especially when kids get their driver's license and then you say, hey, you need your signature on that. What's a signature? So we have to start, just know, community, that we are asking questions. We are trying to get back to, there'll never be a normalcy after this again because we'll always be on guard for something, but get back to a place where our kids can be successful and healthy learners. That's what we need to go for. That's what we need to have this town hall and have these conversations. How do we get our kids back to be successful and healthy learners? Because right now, we're kind of skimming the surface. We're not really exceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. I would also just like to add, I agree with the comments that have been made. First and foremost, I would just also like to just say thank you for our return from the break and how smoothly it went and how well planned it was. And Rebecca, thank you so much for your efforts. Everybody is singing your praises, and I know that this was the leadership of Dr. Bragi and all of his staff and admin, but I know that you really did an amazing job in executing this program, and the whole community thanks you, and everybody speaks so highly of how well it went. So I don't want the comments that we make about going forward in any way to put any shade on how we started and that we are open, and I think that is really tremendous. I do also appreciate all the parents that spoke out tonight and took the time to very thoughtfully put together their comments and to provide their recommendations. I do think that we as a board have continued to discuss as each of these changes have come up. What does that mean for us as a district? What changes can we, is there a way for us to alter it by looking at the data? And I think that we've been very successful thus far in achieving our goal of keeping school open and keeping school safe. I think that Omicron has come on hard and fast, and we have pivoted and we were prepared to open. It's been, a tough couple weeks, and for us to come back this week, and it's changing as it's evolving as we are experiencing it, and hopefully this will be short-lived. But again, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't also be considering the bigger picture and what does that mean for us as a district and the policies we make and how we can move forward in dealing with the virus and the many policies. So I would ask everyone to, one, be gracious and thankful for the work that's been done thus far and patient on how we execute it this week such as this morning, and understanding if things didn't go perfectly, that there may be a reason why. It may not have been an oversight, but it could possibly have been things that were out of our control, and also may have been an oversight because it's our first go around with this. But as well, I agree about having the town hall or study session so that we can discuss how we move forward. And I think that I can speak for the board that we all intend to continue to always think about this thoughtfully and what we can do as a district that really meets our community's needs. And I would definitely support us having a study session, and when the time is right, also
Absolutely.
a town hall.
Absolutely. Be happy to do that.
Can I just to make a couple more comments? One, I wanted to thank my colleagues for their support. But Dr. Stern, first and foremost, I couldn't agree more with your comments about like this virus when it hit our world 22 months ago. It was freaking scary, man. I mean, let's remember. I was spraying down packages that were coming into my house. I mean, we didn't know what we didn't know, and I was sitting there just thanking God for being in America and for having the CDC and for having these agencies, because we didn't know. We didn't have any. None of us personally had any data, right? It was just maybe we knew one person that got it and they were, had flu-like symptoms for 2 weeks or what. I mean, it was scary and people were dying. We are 22 months into this, right? We have data. We see what this variant is today, the predominant variant that's out there. It's not the same virus we were dealing with 22 months ago. And I think we have to take that into account. And sometimes we need to push the agencies back. Mm-hmm. We need to speak up. And if not us, then who? Who is going to speak up louder? Who's going to speak stronger? Who can stack hands better than this community and speak from a more confident place than we can? I challenge, I don't think that's any other city in this state for sure, maybe the country. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to really, but take stances here where we need to. And I'm not saying we know exactly where to make those stances yet. And that's to Noah's point. And I think you're absolutely right. This requires a risk analysis. I mean, if we decide that we are going to go a different direction, we need to weigh all the pros and cons here. And there may be real potential repercussions, but our shining star here, like our grounding, is the students. This is about them. This is about their experience. This is about how we're protecting them. And I am starting to feel like we are taking the most vulnerable people in our community, which is our students, and we're using them to protect the people that are actually at real risk of this virus, right? Because from what I've seen, I could be totally wrong, but I think some of the data we're hearing supports this, is that our children are actually not the most vulnerable when it comes to the virus.
At this stage, no.
At this stage, no. So I think we have to really start thinking about how to weigh that. And Mary, just thank you for your leadership. Thank you for supporting the idea of doing this study session. I really look forward to working with my colleagues on this. Thank you again to the community. And Dr. Breggy, Rebecca, the entire team. I mean, you guys are amazing. I mean, you guys have really been standing up and doing your jobs in light of really difficult circumstances. So thank you.
You're going to be Dr. Starkin soon. Just hold on. Honorary.
There you go.
Does anybody have any other comments regarding COVID? If not, we'll move on to the comments for construction.
I'd just like to add on my support for a study session in town hall that I was not able to give earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. Rochelle?
Well, I'd just like to comment that I think it's something that it was wonderful that it's coming, and I want to thank you for suggesting it. I think it's something that I hadn't even thought about. But after today's hearing the parents at the PTA meeting, I realized that's what we needed, and it was something that I think is well received. So I think the parents will enjoy and be welcome to be part of it. And they were talking about getting parents that could come together and give ideas and so on and so forth. So this is something that is really already a an underswelling of it starting to grow. So I think it will be well received within the community, and I think they'll look forward to it.
Okay,
So
we will have you moderate it, Mrs. Marcus.
And if I can add, if we do have study session or town hall or whatever, perhaps we can invite Dr. Ferrer or somebody else to that.
We can certainly do that.
And try that. to see-
She
so
knows us
they-
well.
So they can be part of the conversation.
Oh, we're very good. We're in touch all the time.
I think
right,
that's
Ms.
a great
Starkins?
suggestion as well.
I'd like to just make a comment. I didn't say it before, and I was really going to leave it for my board comment, but I would like to make a comment that I hadn't made that I was going to say, and that is that last Sunday I live only a couple blocks from Hawthorne, as you know, so I decided I wanted to go over and see what it was going to do, because as a board member, I wanted to be there to support everybody and to observe the thing. Well, I have to tell you, I was blown away by the organization of it. When I first arrived, I saw that long train of cars, and I figured, well, they haven't even opened yet. And I saw everybody getting ready and so on and so forth. And as it opened and as they started the process, I thought, this is amazing. Really, I was blown away by the organization, the preparation, the way it was, the way it would have been walked out and what have you. And then I said, I'm going to the open air market. And I came back, and all of a sudden there were no cars. They were going zipping on through. And I said can I help? I mean, I'm always willing to help. And finally I was given a little job, and I was able to participate. But I felt like when I was there and greeting the community, they really felt like there was a board member there that was participating, being a part of it. And I thought it did a lot for the esprit de corps of the community. I really, and I enjoyed doing it. And I wanted to keep finding out how they were doing and so on and so forth. So at the last minute, I mean, I could see them. It was, I had a wonderful experience, and I kept praising not only the administration, but Rebecca, because I knew how much she had done to make it possible. So I can only tell you that I was, for me, it was really wonderful. And that's partly my being on the board, is being involved. And this is the thing that I get the most satisfaction from, was seeing the results. And I don't do anything to get the results. I get to observe the results. So I really appreciate everything. So thank you. You just heard my board comment.
Thank you, Rochelle. Okay, so does anyone have any discussion or comment about the construction update?
I do. I have a couple of questions. Well, kind of just one question. One thing, with the tanks at the Veneco site, I can personally attest. I walked out of my house and looked over, and there was a crane lifting one. I took a picture of it because I was like, oh, look, stuff is happening. I remember approving that. That was cool. But just a question about the fence and another comment about it. I know that some underground work is happening, but I was curious why the fence had to be expanded from where it previously was. Is the work, most likely it's because the work is expanding out, but I'd just like some clarification on that.
Yes, unfortunately, as with most of the work we do, we're building inside your kitchen while you're cooking. And the underground is one of those impacts, strangely, more than most things. If we have a footing, we can put a green fence up and go in and pour concrete. It's a building. It sort of goes up. Whereas underground, we tear everything up in order to put something in. So these are long, long lines of 8-inch water lines, electrical systems, its entire infrastructure. What the purpose of the work that's being done is to modernize the entire backbone of the entire property, which means water, sewer, stormwater, electrical, IT, phone, data, the entire infrastructure of everything that goes in a ditch. So we have to do that in increments because we have traffic on Heath and students. So the challenge for this phase, or the other phase, is we could put a green fence up. We're working inside the building and kind of control it. So maybe cranes out on Heath or concrete pump trucks out on Heath gets a little scary, a little coordination issues, but separation from students. So this particular phase on Heath in particular, what we call a mega trench. We're going to make a cut about the size of one lane going up Heath, dig it out, put equipment in, and then as we build it, give access ways to get in the building. So it's kind of like Legos. And so we build fence, plate, so you can drive over, build fence, plate. And that scope of work will go through the summer, particularly on Heath. As you come into then where the graduation lawn area was, and the area of the stairwell on the north side of the tennis courts. Well, that area will also be big trenches, lots of underground, cut across the parking lot between Moreno and the tennis court, that small little area. Go through the parking lot, this just goes on, goes through the parking lot, around the swim gym, goes out in the football field, goes out into all the fields. So basically, the entire property in one form or another at one stage will have a big, deep trench. So the challenge is keeping people out of the trench and away from the equipment. Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
Scares me when I hear that.
Or bring back a diving team. Just saying.
We have a diving team.
Any more comment?
No, none from me.
I appreciate and thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Briggy, and to Don for the continuation of the work, and I see it's moving along. The wall along Olympic, is that the wall that you're talking about right now, or that's not, you're planning to redo that one, right?
Yes, we began this week where the contractor ARB, their contract is before you here today to move from an MOU that we've been working and converting that to a contract, which you'll see today. But that wall on Olympic, we'll be putting up a scaffold system to protect that wall from coming down. And so by the end of this week, you'll see a tunnel built out with a hard surface on top and the sidewalk protecting that wall from falling over.
So I'll be able to walk safely from Whittier to the doctor's building.
Yes. If you need someone, I'll be there with you and walk you through the first one through that
I was
scaffold.
about to say, Don will, he'll even hold your hand if you want him to.
I can make it up there, but every time I walk by that wall now, I think I hope it doesn't fall.
Don, for clarification, that's the area from where the water,
Yes.
where the water.
Yeah, that was the wall that was weakened.
Essentially the brick. Wherever you see the brick wall is where water intrusion came through the grout and undermined the brick.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, and I'm glad to see that everything is moving along so well.
Hi, Dawn. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being patient. It's kind of late. Pam, very nice meeting you. Thanks for being here. Just one, thank you for the general progress update, Dr. Breggy. Just a kind of clarifying question for the community. I've heard a lot about El Rodeo. I can see the pictures. It's coming along. But in terms of when the kind of go live date is for El Rodeo, I've heard about different things, different members of the community saying, oh, we're going to send our kids there next year when it opens. I'm like, next year, huh? Can you clarify for the community when we actually expect El Rodeo to open?
Yes, when the board approved the final PGMP, I don't recall the number, there was like 7. We also presented the final schedule, construction schedule. And we use 2 terms. One is called substantial completion, and then completion. Why this is done in Public Works, we confuse it with these 2 phrases. Substantial completion means The systems are on play, the fire alarm works, the doors work. You can occupy the building based on its intended design and use. But you may not have a punch list, you may not have, the final little tweaking things to do. The expectation is that the contractor generally would say the substantial completion date after that is when the FF&E and the furniture would come in. So preferably, you'd like to have systems, mechanical system, fire life safety systems, access controls and all those things on working. Do your punch list, finish your punch list, then bring the furniture in. That'd be optimal. We've never done that. We actually never do that. That's way optimal. So what we do is substantial completion will be in the fourth quarter, we believe, December 2024, I believe is the date. Beg pardon? Oh, 23, I beg your pardon. Go on. Thank you, Pam. And so that'll be substantial completion. It'll be, but we know that if that's in December, we won't make the move to move the school until the following September, which would be in the following year. So that's generally how it works. It's the same thing we did with B1, B2. So we had substantial completion in January, but we took that time to occupy, and by May, by that period of time, by getting all the furniture in, making the move, because in this district, you have to pack up and move from one location to another location. And so Arrowdale will be packing up Hawthorne, making decisions and making that move, which is quite complicated, and then making the move to Arrowdale. So I can be clear, that December 23, it will be substantially complete, what we call legally. That means the DSA inspector, which is Mike Barbera, love Mike. Mike is able to fill out a form with DSA that says, his affidavit says, fire life safety works, the doors work, all the systems work, mechanical works, all the mechanical systems have been checked off and commissioned, the roof doesn't leak, everything's there, and he signs that off. When we have that, we can occupy. So we push those two dates together, substantial completion and occupy to the same date. We've just that's a nice idea, but it's always done that way. So that gives us, from the time Mark Barbera signs an affidavit that says it's installed per DSA, it's ready to go, then our staff will initiate another massive move. And that will give us that time from December to the start of the next school year to make that change and move.
So thank you for that explanation. So likely fall semester 2024 is when we will actually be occupying El Rodeo
No, I
as
think
a
25.
school.
He's saying 25.
24.
No, fall of 2024.
Yeah, fall of 24.
So 2.5 years from now, essentially.
Substantial completion end of December 23.
Yes, the end of 2023, right.
But that means we start moving furniture in.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
So he's saying August of 2024?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that from December of 2024, you would be completing it and then moving during the next 6 months.
I was in error, and that's why my chief of staff, that actually has better memory than me, corrected that date.
So, but I believe what he was referencing first was the completion date,
yes,
which is 12/31/24.
Okay, so because I made a mistake today, and I want to make sure that I correct it.
No, that's a 12/31/23.
23
But
is
the
right.
final completion date is 12/31/24.
No. August.
Probably summer?
From the
24.
From the lease-leaseback agreement, it states 12/31/24.
In December of 23 is when you're going to.
Yes, the lease, yes, it says substantial completion.
It says final completion, substantial completion 12/31/23, and final completion 12/31/24.
That's what I thought I heard. I thought I heard him say 24, and that's, he's actually saying
Well, it
23.
appears as though we're scheduling that to be done sooner.
Which is great.
So now I know why the community was confused.
Right.
So clear now. The school will likely, if all stays on track, fall semester 2024 is when we expect all of that.
That's correct.
Okay,
Thank you,
that's
Don.
better.
Does anyone else have any other comments?
I have a comment just to share briefly. I think tonight was for me, a kind of a interesting evening. I've been working with Dr. Bragi for 4 years. We meet for a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours every week, and have been for 4 years. And you all know, how much time does Dr. Bragi have, right? None. But this is a good example. Dr. Bragi has absolute total command of this building program, what we do, how we do it. I have pages of lists of things that we do on a daily basis operationally, decisions we make, regulatory agency interface, dealing with legal issues, dealing with contract issues, dealing with planning, design issues, many, many things. And for 4 years, I think it was great tonight to hear, not just for me, but for you. Your superintendent has total command of this building program and can communicate it clearly and with clear understanding. And I think that's, thank you, Dr. Bragi, for that commitment. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have any comments? All right, moving along. Thank you very much for your comments. We are on Eli's student board report. Thank you.
Alrighty. First, on an off-topic note, I'd love to come back once El Rodeo is completed at some point, because that holds a very special place in my heart, and I'm very excited to see it coming to a close. So let me share. I have some audio, and last time when I shared audio, I had some problems. So I may be asking K-Bev for some clarification if audio's all right. But tonight, Dr. Bragi, your board report looks a lot like mine. So.
Well, yours has comments. It was mine to begin with.
Stylistically, very. Yeah, that's also true.
So you're welcome.
That's a good mentor.
Alrighty. Kicking it off in the new year. Starting with the high school, it's rather brief, considering we've only been back for a week. So, theater, starting with theater. Theater, our BHHS thespians won very big recently. Right before we went on winter break, they performed at the California Thespian Southern Play Festival, where they won first place with a 30-minute rendition of You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown that they performed previously. Having won first place, this entitles them to perform at the California Thespian Festival performance, which is arguably the biggest high school thespian performance in the state, which is absolutely fantastic. So big congratulations to our theater program. And here is a picture of the cast that performed You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown in the competition and at the show that a lot of us went to see previously. Freshman class cabinet elected at the end of last semester. We elected our freshman class cabinet, or the freshman class elected their cabinet. Here they are pictured in the ASB room. We got a nice big wall sticker with our new logo, which is fantastic. But going left to right, we have the freshman class president, Sabrina Nuku, the vice president, Daniela Rabanian, the treasurer, Ava Hollander, and the representative, Phoebe Levy. So big congratulations to them, and I'm really looking forward to having increased representation from the freshman class, as well as getting them to start fundraising for future projects that they would like to undertake throughout their time at the high school. Winter formal. This took place on the last day of the school year, and here are some pictures from it. We had about 200, a little more than 200 students attend, and it actually it was a lot of fun. Going a great end of the school year going into the break, and all activities were conducted outside. Some more pictures. On to DECA. So our DECA team is one of the biggest clubs at Beverly, has been for many years. Coach Johnson is the staff representative for that club, and I know that he does a lot to ensure that they're able to perform at a very high level. Here is a group that attended a recent DECA district competition, which is for, I believe, the Southern Californian region. So this is the group that attended. And here are the 4 people who won prizes. Tina Moazami, first, this is left to right as well. Tina Moazami, first overall in restaurant and food service. Hannah Karami, second overall in food marketing. Rachel Shabanyan, second overall in marketing communications. And Eliana Cohenbosch, second overall in apparel and accessories marketing. These students compete at a competition where they can either compete in a written test component or in a almost like a role play component where they are put into a situation and then watched by judges to see how they handle it and see how they perform, and then they are graded and of course awarded accordingly. So these are some very high achieving students. On to robotics. So robotics has a season, as most sports do, starting in January of the new year. And kickoff day, they release the game. We don't know what it is until that day. This year it was January 8th. So for the last 2 days of winter break, we had students online watching videos and strategizing and thinking of ways to score the most points. Here you can see pictures on the left there is a what we call a mock-up, and so those are field elements. So there's of course a playing field. This is one of the objects that's on the playing field. This is called, I believe it's the cargo hub, and that is the upper port is what it's called. It stands at about 8 feet tall, and the goal this year is to shoot balls called cargo into that upper port, or there's also a lower port, but currently our team plans to aim for the upper as more points are available, and we just think it makes more sense. So that is a mock-up of the upper port. On the right, you can see members of our team working on prototypes of different designs. We have 3 different groups essentially. One working on an intake, which is used to pick up balls either from the floor or there's a loading station on the side, as well as 2 different kinds of shooters, one being a 1-wheel and one being a 2-wheel design. As their name suggests, that is what differentiates them, and you'll see some demonstrations of them in a moment. Also pictured is our mentor, Will, who works at a prominent aerospace company, and he volunteers his time to come and mentor us on the weekends, and he is the staff member in charge on the weekends, ensuring that we all stay safe and also on task. So he is fantastic. We have a whole slew of other mentors that we're hoping to come in future weekends, but have not come so far. But they're really a great resource, both in terms of competing in these competitions, but also in terms of opportunities for later in life. We have one programming mentor, William So, and he has stated on many occasions that he would hire many of our programmers directly out of high school to come and work for his company, which is really fantastic. We're able to make connections, and they can truly see that what we do is a lot of times at industry standard, to the point where they will even hire us, which is absolutely fantastic. Here are some videos of these being tested. Kbev, please yell at me if there's a problem with the audio, and I don't know if there is audio for this video, but it doesn't really matter. So this is the 1-wheeled shooter, and because it is a prototype, there are no motors hooked up to it. We use drills that we have to power the wheels, which is very effective a lot of the time. And this has, after a lot of troubleshooting, and are mainly to show which we believe will be more accurate and more beneficial in the long run to actually pursue. Quick demo of the 1-wheeled shooter group. A lot of these members of this group are freshmen and sophomores, so they haven't had actually too much in-person time, which is, you can see just how much progress they've made and how quickly they've learned. We kept up the online instruction, of course, but it's really amazing how quickly people progress and how much we're able to teach them in the first semester so that they're really ready to hit the ground running in the second semester. So let me move on to the next one. I hope it, K-Bev hasn't yelled at me, so I imagine the audio is okay. Not again. Oh. Did you see that? It's kind of a short video. Let me play it again. Yeah, so that is the two-wheeled shooter design that also has an intake from the floor, which is just further adding to the idea of what it'll look like once it's complete. We have another group that was working specifically on an intake that isn't pictured because their goal isn't to shoot it into the cargo port, but these are just some of the amazing things that we've been working on. On to Hawthorne news. I have one video as well. This is Mrs. Polterock's class. She's a first grade teacher at Hawthorne and sent a video update to her parents and was able to share this video with me. This is a video that the students made that it's a component of a project-based learning idea that she's been running with recently in regards to civic engagement and engaging with your community and people and kids understanding that they have a duty to get involved in some way. So they learned about voting, and the class itself voted on an issue in their community that they believed they could help in some way with. And the issue that received the most votes was COVID-19, which makes a lot of sense. So some of the students decided to make a video, while others decided to make posters that they put up around school to remind their classmates to keep their masks on and such. So I'll play this video for you, and I hope that the audio comes out well.
Mrs. Polterock's first grade class is learning about community in social studies.
We are citizens in our school community. We should treat other people the way that we want to be treated. We like our school community, but we know we can make it even better. We want to protect our school community from COVID-19. Our class voted on how to help. We decided to make posters and videos. Before school, wash and sanitize your hands. Wash your hands for 2 happy birthday songs. The vaccine can protect you from COVID. Keep your nose and mouth covered under mask. If you travel outside of California, get a COVID test before you come back to school. If you are sick, get a COVID test before you come back to school. Thank you for watching. Stay safe.
Great time. When I first opened that email, I did not know what to expect, and I was absolutely blown away at what the students put together, and I'm happy I was able to share it with you. So again, thank you to Ms. Polterock for sending me that video, and I hope to see more from other teachers in the future so I can share it with the board. Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Michelle?
Well, I always look forward to these presentations because they really are informative and they really keep us abreast of what's going on. I particularly was really surprised and really wonderful about the news at the high school with the acting class and the accolades that they received in the DECA thing. The DECA, that's amazing. I know that those teachers that work with these kids are amazing, and it just goes to show that we do have it all here in Beverly Hills, as far as I'm concerned. I wrote a note here. I'm trying to remember what I was trying to say about invite them. Oh, I was thinking about maybe inviting those new members of the freshman class to come to the board and introduce themselves, maybe, or put them on the Zoom so we can meet them in person. I think that would be a nice gesture. And it so happens that Mrs. Polterak sent me that video also, so I'd already commented to her about it. It was wonderful. I was amazed by it. And then I don't remember if I mentioned, I don't think we had a meeting. Did we have a meeting since the madrigals performed the music, the choral, since that was after our installation, I believe, and the reorganization? I had an opportunity to go to the music program that was held at the church out near Santa Monica, and I really, really enjoyed it. It was wonderful, and I was particularly impressed with how into it the Mr. Smith was with the kids. I thought he did a fabulous job. The program was wonderful, and I was really glad that I went to see it. I would not have wanted to miss it. So I wanted to mention that. It was, I don't know that you had a chance to go, but they did a fabulous job. And I think, and I always, as I say, I look forward to hearing what's going on in the community and in the schools. So thank you again for your wonderful presentation. You do a great job.
Thank you. I did have a chance to attend that choral concert, and I can agree with everything Mrs. Marcus said, that it was really a fantastic night.
Well, I don't know who's running for your job in the spring, but let me tell you, you're setting the bar pretty high. Thank you for everything that you do, Eli. Starting with ASB, congratulations to all the new officers. Please send our congratulations along to them when you see them. Getting 200 students to a winter formal is no small feat, so it's obviously a very successful event, so congrats on that. I share my colleague Ms. Marcus's sentiment about, like, we really do got it all in Beverly Hills. I mean, I seeing this kind of DECA program, robotics, what we saw with the Title I programs earlier. I mean, I know that Rebecca is going to be making sure that we get these messages out, because I mean, it's pretty remarkable, the offerings that we have at our school, and I'm just so glad that we have so many students kind of taking advantage of these programs, because they really are amazing. Thank you, Eli, for sharing them with us.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Eli. It's always amazing too how much rich content you have, like, in one video. Like, I still can't figure out, like, how, as a soccer mom, like, how you get like a video that's really long. It just like won't send. So I'm gonna have to ask you. But also, I just want, as an aside, I wanted to congratulate you. I know you're excited to go to Oberlin next year. Congratulations for that. That's all I have.
Thank you.
In the interest of time, thank you for all the updates. Awesome stuff. Congrats on Oberlin. There's a great barbershop off the main square if you need one.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Congratulations, Eli. We didn't get to formally congratulate you. And as well, I always look forward to reports and hearing through your eyes what is happening at the school with all the students. And I am really proud of all the wonderful programming and support services that we provide as a district. And I really love your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
You didn't get a congratulations from me because you didn't tell me. So congratulations, that is awesome. That was one of your top.
It was my top choice. I was holding it for my board comment at the end.
Congratulations, man. That's
well,
awesome.
The thermos.
The water, it does
away.
just a little bit.
Right.
Congrats.
Thank you.
It was great to see the slides on the Robotics Club, and thank you for the tour that you provided so that I could see all of the new machines in place and all the upgraded technology in the room, as well as the updated construction as well. Thank you.
Of course, we'd love to have you by anytime. Build season's very exciting, and we have extended hours as well. We go until 6 every day after school and 9 to 5 on the weekends. So we are there an awful lot during this time, and we'd be happy to have any of you to stop by and come see what we do, because we'd love to show it off.
Thank you, Eli. Okay, next on the agenda.
All right, so can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
For the approval of agreement for employment for the Assistant Sup of Personnel Services.
I'll second the motion.
Any comments or discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
An enthusiastic yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so the motion passes 5-0 on a provisional vote from Eli Raymer. Congratulations, Matt. Okay, item number 11B, may I have a
I'll make a
motion?
motion for the approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Beverly Hills Unified School District and the CSEA 2021-2022 school year regarding coronavirus 19.
I'll second.
Any comments or discussion?
Yeah, I have some questions about this.
I was just gonna make
Oh,
one first,
please.
okay? I'd just like to point out in this that there's an item on there which is sometimes, it needs a little bit of a clarification. I've had people ask me about it. It has to do with item 2 under number 3, which has to do with vaccinations about all students and trying to, actually, the intent of it is that we try to get all students who are vaccinated to report they are vaccinated. And sometimes when you read that particular item, it doesn't always reflect that thought. So I just wanted to make that point that, and I know that I brought that up earlier, so I just wanted to share that with the community, that that was something that I thought could be in the future perhaps
Yeah,
reworded when if we ever have to revisit the MOU, that we could look at that again.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. It was really intended for the audience of being staff and letting staff know that we would be collecting that information. But I understand your point, that may look differently to different people.
As we know, the temperature is high right now in the community. So I had a couple of questions about this. One, I'm trying to understand does this supplement the earlier MOU, or does this fully replace the September 29th MOU?
We didn't have one with them.
This is a different bargaining unit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I totally misunderstood.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Horvath is here.
Help
He
me out.
can-
Did I get that right?
You did, yes. This is with CSEA. The first agreement on the 29th was with BHEA, IA, and OTBS.
Okay,
So
got
different
it.
bargaining
Well,
unit.
and that makes a lot more sense to me. Thank you.
Any other questions? Amanda?
Nope, I'm all set, thanks.
Mr. Margot? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And I am a yes, so this motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Eli Raymer. Okay, next item, number 12, Business and Finance. May I have a motion for item
It's
12A?
information only, no motion.
Oh, you're right. Sorry about that. This is
Can
information.
I make a comment on it? though?
Sure. How about if I just read what it is so people know? It's information only, Los Angeles County Office of Education, LACO, acceptance of 2021-2022 first interim report.
I had written a comment when I saw that come in. I wanted to ask a question about it. It referred to the submissions of studies, reports, evaluations, and/or audits. And it mentions it, and then it says to remind the district to submit any such documents to this office that are commissioned by the district. Did we have any of those that they are asking, or was that just a general statement that's made?
Let Mr. Roach answer that.
Yes, board, that's just a general request for any studies like that. If we were to ask for one from some entity like FICMAD or School Services, they would want a copy of that, but that's just a general statement.
So we had none to give them?
We had none to give them.
Okay, that's what I wanted to check. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 13, Planning and Facilities. 13A, ratification of a memorandum of understanding and amendment number 1 to the memorandum of understanding and approval of an agreement with ARB for services related to the water line break at the former Venico facility on Beverly Hills High School site. I'll make a motion. May I have
I'll
a second?
second it.
Okay, Rochelle Marcus seconded. Any comments or discussion?
Yes, I have a couple questions on that. This is the area, thank you so much, Pam. this was originally going to be, except because of the water spill, this is all, is it in addition to, or is this by the, what I have is, wasn't this area part of the plan to redo the South Field originally? That area that was impacted by this cleanup?
Yes.
Okay, so this would be covered by, insurance. We have not determined yet how much insurance is going to cover it. Is that?
That is correct. We're in the middle of an insurance claim.
Now, should the insurance claim not cover it, which I have no, and I'm hoping that they will, it would be part of the Beverly Hills bond measure then? Would it be taken out of bond measure?
I think that would be determined once we get the resolution on the claim.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Any other comments? Pam, I have one question for you about that. So the amount that we originally had planned to do, the budgeted amount for the work that was going to be in that area, what was that amount regardless of any insurance claim?
It was $7 million.
Okay. So once you, once you put the insurance claim through, whatever they will reimburse will then go towards that budgeted area.
Again, I think we have to wait until we resolve the insurance claim for resolution of the funding.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi is missing right now. Stepped away for a moment. Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And I am a yes. And here comes Mr. Halimi. We're taking a vote on the ratification of the MOU with ARB.
Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Halimi? Okay, motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Eli Raymer.
Okay, so can I make a motion to approve amendment number 8 to the agreement with environmental audit for the asbestos and lead abatement monitoring at the high school?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
I'm at a loss right now. You're at 13B. Okay, any comment?
Yes, I have one comment only and just a question really. This deals with lead abatement on the beams on building B3, correct?
Correct.
Do we know anything about building B4 yet, or is that there are no beams that will be involved in that? Will we be seeing, do we have any indication that there's a problem there?
Okay, that just changed from the program side to the project side, so Mr. Blake will answer that one.
We're not expecting, at this point, we have no indication that there's more lead in B4. We are mitigating lead. One area left, which will require a survey investigation, is the bridge that's left. So before we can take that bridge down, we have to make sure asbestos and lead has been abated.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's it.
I've got a quick question. Not about Mr. Blake. You can take your seat. It's not directly about this, but it's about asbestos in general. If that's okay, I can ask Dr. Breggy. Or was that not okay? I wanted to make sure I was not out of procedure in asking this. Recently, there's been what was it? Yeah, down the in one of the in one of the hallways in the A building. There's been a section that's been cordoned off for asbestos. Will we see something down the line for some kind of abatement for that area?
I don't know the area that you're talking about.
Over, oh boy. So second floor patio, where the opening ceremony was for the Music Industry Center.
Yes.
Right
yes.
behind there was a water leak or something.
Yes.
And then they've discovered asbestos in that area.
Correct. Yes.
Will we see something soon about clearing that?
I think that they are clearing that up right now.
Okay, perfect.
It should be in its final stages. But yeah, that's all from the water link, and then they had to pull up that stage. It's where Theater 40 is.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I'll call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. This motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Eli Raymer.
Okay, I'll make a motion for the acceptance as complete bid number 21-22-001, the Beverly Hills High School Modular Disconnect and Haulaway performed by Garza Construction Incorporated, and authorize a notice of completion and release of retention.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no,
no,
Noah. I
I-
insist. Nope.
Please.
Nope, I'm not going to
Please.
take it.
It's your night.
Age over. I'm not going to say.
Don't
I'm
ever
just
say that
kidding.
again.
All
No,
right.
no, boys, no fighting.
All right, the motion was made by Rochelle Marcus and seconded by, he's older than you are, Gabe Halimi. Any questions or discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And myself is a yes. This motion passes 5-0 with the provisional vote from Eli Raymer.
The only thing that would have been more childish than that is if we said jinx.
Jinx proof.
All right, item 13D, may I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for the ratification of Amendment 2 to the agreement with RMA for material testing and inspection services for the high school B3 and B4.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, the motion. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will call for the question. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And myself is a yes. The motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Mr. Raymer. May I have a motion for item 13E?
I'll make a motion for the approval of Amendment 3 to the agreement with RMA Group for material testing and inspection at the high school buildings 3 and B3 and B4.
May I have a second?
Second.
Anyone with any questions? Okay, I have a question about this. Can you explain a little bit further? I know we have the DSA inspectors, so this is inspections on top of their inspections?
Correct, they're different. So the Division of State Architect requires that we have special inspectors for things like welding, fireproofing. Those requests or that direction from DSA is building specific. So in B3, we actually have a list of all of the special inspections that are going to be needed. If you think about the inspector of record as being responsible for overseeing or inspecting every facet of construction, and he's the umbrella. And then under that are the special inspectors, and the IOR is responsible for ensuring that all of those special inspections are completed.
And if I understand correctly, this is not included in the budget. This is additional costs?
It's additional cost because it's inspecting unforeseen conditions. So we will be adding that amount to the budget for B3, B4.
But this is outside of any amounts that would be in contract with ProWest?
This is special inspections that has nothing to do with the contract with ProWest.
Right, I just wanted to clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank you. I'll call for the vote. Thanks, Pam. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And myself is a yes. This motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Mr. Raymer.
Okay, I'll move for the acceptance as complete bid number 20-21-006, the Horace Mann School new kinder restrooms, the restroom ADA improvements, and the installation of new drinking fountains performed by TDV Innovations, and authorize a notice of completion and release of retention.
May I have a second?
Well,
All right, any questions or comments?
just a quick comment. I had asked at previous board meetings that when we vote on notices of completion that we get a visual record of what was completed. I was given that. Hopefully you can put these up online or something so people can see what was completed. This is a beautiful drinking fountain, ADA compliant drinking fountain area, and a kinder restroom that look Really, really nice. Thank you, staff, for supplying that. And also in the other notice of completion was connected to the report from Dr. Breggy and facilities regarding the portables. So we did get a visual on that too. So thank you for sharing that as well.
Okay, I'll call for the question. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. This motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Mr. Raymer. Item 13G, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the additional FF&E for from New Tangram for high school B2 on the ASB space and by using the piggyback contract with San Bernardino.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Mrs. Marcus?
Yeah, I have a question on this. This was approved earlier and so on and so forth, but I'm curious to know because it says, I was curious to know when will this order possibly be shipped? Because according to what I can see, first they've got to get fabrics to cover it and it was going to be sort of customized. When can we anticipate the delivery of this material or this equipment?
I know everyone is tired of hearing supply chain, but I would not, right now, we cannot project. We cannot project when it will be here. And we're hoping 3 or 4 months.
3 or 4 months?
But it may be longer.
Before the end of the school, maybe.
Maybe.
That they can enjoy it next year.
Next year for sure.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Okay, I just was curious because I noticed that with all this customizing and so on, that and they have to pick out the fabric and so on and so forth, that it didn't seem like it was going to be usable this year. No.
Thank you, Pam.
Just anecdotally, I'll add, I continue to see this in my business world. Like this is an unprecedented time for the supply chain challenges. Costs of products through the roof, no clear timelines. You get a timeline, it changes a week later. It's really tough.
And availability of people.
Yeah.
Everybody's out with
Yeah.
Omicron. Everybody's out.
Well, you have Omicron, you have the great recession. The great the resignation, as they
Right.
called it. It's
With all
it's a
those
super
ships
challenging time.
up on the shore waiting to unload.
Yeah.
All right, well, I will call for the question, Mr. Raymer.
I'm sorry. Can I just
I'm
ask one
sorry.
more question? How does the piggybacking work on pricing? Like, did we just have a conversation with another school district and we're like, hey, we got this price, and is that part of how we negotiate?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, piggybacking is a method that school districts use to purchase. What happens is school district A bids furniture. So they go out with a formal bid. And in that bid, they indicate that this bid will be piggybackable. So there are lots of rules. We have to make sure that it's in force and that we're ordering exactly what was on that piggyback. But we then have the benefit of having a low bid without having to go through the process.
So piggybacking it's almost like a most favored nation, kind of like we're getting the best price that's out there, and the vendors agreeing to give us the best price that any other school district is getting.
The vendors agreeing to give us the same price that the school district that originally bid the work got.
I see. Okay.
Cool. I got a question piggybacking off of Mr. Halimi's question. We seem to utilize San Bernardino a lot. Is there any reason for that? Because I don't think I've ever seen a piggyback on any other district than San Bernardino.
Several districts do it. San Bernardino is just a very aggressive bidding school district, a very large school district, so they bid a lot of work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll call for the question. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And myself is a yes. This motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Mr. Eli Raymer. And the next item on the agenda.
May I move approval of resolution number 2021-2022-015, continuing authority to hold virtual meetings pursuant to AB 361.
I'll second.
The motion.
Any questions? I'll call for the vote. Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Halimi?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
And myself is a yes. The motion passes 5-0 with a provisional vote from Mr. Raymer. The next item on the agenda is, sorry,
A1.
15A, Board Liaisons. And I am going to let Eli speak about this. And this is was put on the agenda at Eli's request.
Thank you very much. So I brought this to President Wells' attention. I was looking through Ed Code as a normal high school student does. And
their spare time.
section 35012 is the section that generally comprises the rules and regulations regarding student board members. And there is a section that I have, should be appointed to subcommittees of the governing board in the same manner as other board members. And I'm interested in doing that. It does also say I can turn down an appointment if I'd like, but I brought it to President Wells' attention because I was interested in serving on a subcommittee and just wanted to see if the board would allow me to do so.
Did you have
Anyone, any comments?
What type of subcommittee would you like?
Preferably the Facilities and Construction Committee. I know that in the, I'm not exactly sure in the bylaws of that committee if it says that it's the president and the vice president or their designee, but I do know that in the past, more than 2 board members have been appointed. Looking at the minutes titled 081121, Mrs. Walker-Schuman, Mrs. Wells, and Mrs. Marcus are all listed as, I don't believe, maybe all in attendance, so this roll call is a little difficult to decipher, but at least being on the roster of those eligible to attend, and even going further, because I don't factor into the Brown Act, it also should not be a further issue.
I think that as far as the 3 board members, that must have been, one could have been an alternate because we can only be 2 people at any time, so one might have been an alternate, but I have no problem with being a liaison through a committee if he wishes to do it. I think it's a great idea.
I'm sorry, are you asking to replace a current liaison or just come in addition to?
Come in addition to.
Oh, I don't have an issue with that. They're public meetings.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah, just a question on, one, Eli, I would love to support you in whatever you want to do in any committee you want to be a part of, so we'll figure it out. But just a question for the board. As board members, don't we have ex officio rights to attend any subcommittee meeting?
Yes, all of the subcommittee meetings are public meetings, so you actually can attend them.
Yeah.
It just depends on how many people can speak. So usually if there's more than 2 board members at a posted meeting and you come in attendance, you cannot speak, the third one cannot speak.
Understood. Okay.
So that's how you risk the Brown Act
Brown
violation.
Act.
But if Eli is correct about that the Brown Act doesn't apply to the student board member in
Which
this
makes
case, which I didn't know that, by the way, then there's no problem for him attending and possibly even speaking. But we most of us, I don't know, when I attend these meetings, I more go to listen. I don't, we try not to interact with the business of the subcommittees because we don't want to influence, the process.
I can go to the Facilities and Construction Committee and sit and listen, but I'm no longer the president, so I can still attend the meetings and be just there and just silent.
Well,
meetings are public.
I really applaud you, Eli, for taking the initiative and looking into this and being interested in wanting to be on a subcommittee or subcommittees. And I fully support that and would love to appoint you to the Facilities and Construction Committee as student board member, unless anybody else has any objection.
Yeah, I would just want to confirm that it doesn't put us at risk of any violation. I don't think it does, according to what you're saying.
Yeah, the section that I'm looking at least is that same 35012. The very last line is pupil members shall not be considered members of a legislative body of a local agency for purposes of the Ralph M. Brown Act. I'm not exactly sure if that is the clause that pertains to meetings.
Those subcommittees are governed by the Brown Act.
Yeah, so I'm no legal expert, of course. From what I interpreted
Okay.
that as, that was what I was saying, but I don't object to any kind of.
So I'll make a motion to appoint Eli.
We can't move on it because it's not agendized, but as we can give direction to accept him as an appointee.
Appreciate that. Oh, we
So-
should maybe just ask, but Jabari to bless it.
Yeah, so I think it's just important to run it by just general counsel because it does say just who the members are of the committee. So I want to make sure that that's okay to have 3 people that potentially could be speaking.
And then I guess we would give Michael direction to confirm with council that it's okay for you
Sure.
to serve in that capacity.
Right.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
And if we need to alter the bylaw, then you can come back to us. If
I'll
we
let you
can
know.
add a student board member to that. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda,
See, now you got into college, you got all this free time on your hands.
now I really do applaud you, Eli, to take this extra time that you have to be able to be on the committee.
I mean,
think it's
he's
really
at the
wonderful.
robotics and the weekends, and I don't know where he's gonna find time for this, but
I think it's wonderful. Well,
careful
this
what
brings
you
us
ask
to
for.
communications from the board members. Eli, would you like to start?
Yeah. Happy to be back. Happy New Year to everyone here and everyone at home. I'm happy to be back. Happy to be back in school, hoping that everything goes accordingly as it has been going. As I very inconspicuously displayed, I've been accepted to and will be attending Oberlin College next year. Just wanted to give a big thank you to everyone has supported me, whether that be through writing letters, through giving counsel, through just the general education that I've been able to have while within BHUSD and the amazing experiences and opportunities that have been available to me. Definitely would not have been able to do it without the amazing teachers and all the support that I have. So a big thank you to everyone for that. Please stay safe, get vaccinated, get boosted if you can. I got my booster very easily at Mickey Fine, which the district has partnered with. So I recommend everyone go if they're eligible. So thank you very much.
well, I want to congratulate my sidekick here, now that I get to sit next to him, and his acceptance is Oberlin. I know that he also applied to a school that I was familiar with, called McAllister in Minnesota, and of course, being from a Minnesota background, I knew he wasn't gonna, if he got into Oberlin, he wasn't gonna go there, but did you also get accepted to McAllister? I'm sure you did.
I withdrew the application as per my early decision agreement, so I never got to find out if I got in or not.
Okay, well, congratulations, and as I said, on Oberlin Yeoman, but you just informed me that now they call themselves some kind of a squirrel.
Yeah, the albino squirrels.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it was the yeomen and the yo women, and now it's the albino squirrels, and the albino squirrel is named Yobi as an homage to the yeoman.
I also, I actually gave my little spiel when I talked about the wonderful return to school drive-through, so I'm just going to pass and say that it's great to be back, and now I'm at the other end of the table, and I get to speak, and it's nice to, and I say hello to my partner over there at the far end of the table. And Happy New Year, everybody, and stay safe, and I also have been boosted, and I also went to Mickey Fine and got my shot. Very easy.
Well, I'll start by saying again, congratulations, Eli. I'm thrilled that you got your first choice. I remember, speaking to you about that, and you deserve it, and you've earned it. So, congratulations. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy your second semester too. It's like the best. Just cruise. Really grateful for this board. Let me start by saying that we don't always agree and see eye to eye on all the issues, but I just having been on the board now for like 2 months, I just agree. I just appreciate the working relationship that we have. Unfortunately, because of the Brown Act, there's like we don't get to go behind the scenes and hash stuff out and try to reach consensus on stuff. I mean, that's just not how it works, unfortunately. But I am just grateful for to the working relationship and the different experiences that we have and kind of bringing to the table. I would like to, and I've talked to Dr. Breggy about this, I would like to, in compliance with the Brown Act, actually get this board together in a social capacity to just get to know everyone a little bit more outside of, and spend a little time together not discussing board anything having to do with the school district. And I know that Dr. Breggy is helping us to make that happen. Just hearing some of the announcements today, the way that we've dealt with the challenges around COVID and everything. I've never been more proud of this school district as a student, as a community member, and now as a board member. I think we have so much going for us, and it's not easy, the challenges that we're dealing with and our whole country is dealing with. But I'm just really proud. Also want to say thank you for the support on the study session around the COVID related stuff. If I can help in any way by to chairing that or what have you, if I can help in any way, I just look to Dr. Breggy and Mary. If there's anything I can do to help push that along, just please let me know. I do have a question. In terms of visiting schools, like I'm as most of the community knows by now, I have children that are 5 years old that I would love to send to Beverly Hills schools next year for kindergarten. But when I went I know I can go as a board member and go see the school, but it just made me think, when are community members going to be allowed back to go actually tour the schools? I have heard that Hawthorne is allowing tours, but I remember when I personally went to go get a tour of Horace Mann, this is before I was a board member, I was told that I couldn't because non-necessary people or whatever are not being allowed on campus. So how is that kind of taking shape now?
Yeah,
What's the
so
status?
right now I'm not aware of anybody that's bringing visitors through while we have students and staff in session, but I know that will soon change.
Okay. So okay, because I have heard that there have been some families that have been allowed to visit some of the schools. So I don't know.
So I can double check with our principals. I don't know under what circumstances, but typically, we are limiting the number of visitors that are, the traffic that's coming through.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I don't have any comments, thank you.
But I will say, Gabe, if you were invited by Mr. Bugby to come see the incredible programs tonight at Horace Mann.
Oh, I'm not so concerned about myself. I'm worried more about, the young families that we really want to get into the schools.
Gotcha.
And really on that note, I already sent Rebecca an email while we were sitting here. I really think that we have quite a story. I mean, it becomes more and more obvious to me every board meeting I sit here how much we have to offer this but community and the young families. It's pretty incredible, and I know so many families look to private schools, but there's so much that we're offering here that even top private schools can't compare.
And we used to, just a quick comment, we used to have something called the Ambassador Program where parents would come in. Unfortunately, that has been around for a couple of years. But that was I remember when I was teaching, people would come into my classroom and they were looking for possible coming to school there. So maybe there's a way of something that can be instituted.
Yeah, it still exists in different forms.
Yeah, well, it can't right now, but I mean, it might.
Right, before pre-COVID.
Thank you, Gabe, for your work tonight and for being part of this for the last couple of months. If beverage containers are a sign of where we've been accepted, I have been accepted here. Apparently, I am here. I'm graduating in 24. There you go. That's a good point. I wanted to bring that up. Thank you for bringing that up. And because I have this beautiful picture of the drinking fountain station that we just completed at another school, it is time for this board to get serious about banning single-use plastic in the district. Okay? The time is coming for the conversation. We need to take a quick look at what our current sites are offering as far as filling stations and move forward with discussing this, because this is the wonderful class, Ms. Crane's class at Hawthorne at the time had brought this up to the board at the time several years ago, and had a vision to eliminate single-use plastic. And it would be great to do those students who are probably somewhere in the high school or maybe even graduated at this point some honor and continue the work that they started. And I know that our previous student board member, Thomas, was very adamant about getting rid of single-use plastic as well. So I think that's a conversation that I would like to see us having. I know everything else is crazy, but maybe we can sneak that in as well. Thank you, everyone. And I think the conversation tonight and the angst that I hear from the parents, and we want to do what we can for our community because that's what we serve. People should take a quick look at what's going on outside in other school districts. If you want to see how really fortunate we are, like you're saying, take a quick look at how districts are shutting down. Culver City shut down. How other districts are not offering anything close to what we can offer during COVID. And we should remember, even in these times, how lucky and blessed we all really are. Thank you.
Can I say one thing? And that's true for both public and private schools. Like it really is for how our administration has been handling this. I gotta say, it's very impressive overall.
Thank you. I just want to say the same. I am really proud to be a part of this district. I think, as Gabe has said as well, not only from the standpoint of being able to be open and keeping our students safe and being able to do so on a continuous basis, and it's caused enormous amounts of extra work for everybody, including our families and our students. I'm just very proud of our community to be able to pull together for that. And as well, when we listen to Eli's report and hear about DECA and see robotics, and they're in their new robotics lab, and we talk about all of the supplemental services that we provide at this district, it is true, there's many things for us to be proud of and to be communicating, and as well to listen to our community and to be able to respond and put together a town hall or study session to address the needs of the community. I'm just very proud of us to be able to do that, especially during these times, which are very difficult. And I just want to thank all of you for being here tonight and sticking with me.
May I say
my
one
first
more
board meeting? Yes, Eli.
Go ahead.
One, excellent job, Mrs. Wells, with your first actual regular meeting as president.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Excellent job there. And also thank you, K-Bev, for being here this late and being at all these meetings.
Well, thank you, K-Bev automatons.
Yes, we have it. We have a great new year and many things to look forward to. So everybody have a good night. I am going to, do you want to make any comments? I'm so sorry.
Nope.
All right, I officially adjourn the meeting. It is now 8:59 p.m. Thank you, everybody.